What up? Hello, hello, and welcome back, one and all. It's a good Friday. Wait, that sounds very Christian, and I'm not. Yeah, you may be noticing we're looking a little bit different today. Do you guys maybe spot the obvious? Yeah, I was trying to be subtle, but it kind of stands out, right? Cool announcement. We are actually going to be partnering up with Elgato. So really cool to see. They came on board with us. We talked to them a little bit about production value. I've been using Elgato now for a few years. So the key lights, the camera that currently we've got, the mic boom arms as well. Like Elgato has been equipping us a lot. When we done the 2 PC setup, we were also using Elgato because we did have the capture card to relay through. So yeah, Elgato, really cool to be working with them. A really well-known brand. So we're working as one of their brand ambassadors right now. We'll see if it develops into a deeper partnership as things go on. Obviously, it always comes down to how people receive the content and also the content we create. But to kick off, they sent us a nice little bundle. This is very easy to hold, isn't it? Yeah, we're going to be leveling this up. I don't know if we install this now or later, chat. This is the 4K camera. We're currently using the Elgato face cam, which is already crisp. That's actually just the 1080p. So what we're going to do is have so many pixels that my fat forehead pretty much is guaranteed to fulfill at least like, what, 1,000 pixels on your screen of the 10. Wait, no, it'll be a lot more than 1,000. Basically, the point is my head's going to look a lot bigger, I think. But outside that, they also sent me the flexi arm as well as the master mount to make sure we actually have the flexi for the camera. This also means that we can go for a 2-camera setup, which will be useful in some environments, like when we want to show off the PC before, it will be great. In fact, let me just spin that PC back in a little bit. Also, shame on you. IQ needs to be activated. But outside of that, they also sent me... Oh my god, these are big. We got the acoustic pads. So I'll be looking to install them in the next few days on the wall behind. This wall's looked a little bit naked. We also have the green screen we've had for a long time from Elgato. Once again, like, we've been powered in a lot of different areas by them. My thought is that, for a start, people did mention there's maybe a little bit of reverberation in this room, which to be expected now that we've changed the microphone type across. But the more important thing as well is I think these, I saw them on their website. They absolutely look sick. I think they sent me the white ones, if I'm not mistaken, which we'll see if that looks good or bad against the white background. Maybe I'll have to like be greedy and say, can I get some blues just to be safe? But the whole idea is, you know, instead of it being a case of let's just straight up go back to the green screen and remain the green screen. I mean, we'll regularly do content that might feature things in the background. It also gives us variety. So what I'm looking to do is we're going to have some of the acoustic pads lined off camera for sound reverberation, right? To block that so that we actually get a smoother voice, but also to make it look quite sexy. Because if you guys go across the website and have a look at the acoustic absorbers, they look really sleek. I love the design. So I'll probably look to have like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, maybe more, we'll see. And then I'm going to try to fix up this back wall so we have not just this banner, but our other Red Bull Warlord banner, because we've done El Reinado as well. So have both banners in the middle, and then we'll have the little tables slid across, and then we'll probably look to get some extra side desks or something like that, just to kind of fulfill the area, make it plump, make it nice. But yeah, really big shout out to Elgato, man. I don't know, do we try this camera now? I mean, we could stick this camera in now. I don't know if it's going to be an immediate plug and play, though. Is my only concern. So, do we do it? Oh no, dude. I don't have nails, and I have to pick through the sticky plastic. All right, maybe we don't do it. Oh wait, no, I've got scissors out here. Okay. Did I get a cat? I've always had cats. I've got 2 cats. I have Marana and Lena. All right, here we go. What we'll do, push up cap 2, see that you guys are already thinking about. You've been waiting for that for a long time. Want to zoom on the forehead? We can do that. This is a powerful camera. You ready? Yep. Just double checking, dude. The fluffy World of Warcraft plushie in the background looks intense, right? I'm gonna try to match the look. Yeah, just double checking. Looks like my hair is gonna last for quite some time. Thank you, Elgato. Only the 1080p web camera could achieve that level of zoom without getting ridiculous. But wait, there we go. We're back to that. So, what we can try quickly, we can try and install this. I don't know if it's a plug and play, is my only concern. If it's not a plug and play, we're just going to have extra things that we have to go through. So I'll just have to do it off camera. But I always like that boxing. I always feel bad about like if I don't elegantly open the boxing, because I don't know if anyone, like any of you guys have the Elgato stuff, but everything always comes really nicely and sleekly locked in, you know? So, pulling the things out now. Also got a nice little clamper. So I have got the full Elgato extra setup. So we're going to have like a pole I'm going to put on the back. I won't torture myself trying to do that right now. I'll do that after the stream. But what we can at least do is attach the Elgato camera onto my monitor and see if it just works out of the box. What's Elgato? Hey Tortu, Elgato is a really cool brand. So they do a lot of different products, but basically like they usually are seen as a brand like pushes towards the content creator side. I think they're good for a lot of people now, not just content creators. The lighting is really, really worth it. If you need a green screen, they're pretty much the go-tos for most people who want high-quality green screens that are mobile, portable. The cameras are crisp. I think I've been really impressed with the face cam ever since I switched over to it, because I used to use a certain other brand that has been very popular with streamers over the years, but this one's much better. Outside that, they do microphones as well. They do boom arms. They cover a lot of different little areas. The coolest one, I think, for a lot of people, Elgato got big off of the Stream Decks, so... I don't know if I'll be able to show you my Stream Deck. Oh yeah, I can, without unplugging it. So, here I've got like a bunch of different things. You'd think it's just for someone who wants to do production, but like up here, you see this? Music. I can control music with it as well, right? So that's like one small thing I do with it. But the amount of different utility that you get out of that thing is ridiculous. People always find something new to adjust with. Like I know whole production crews that run off of Elgato Stream Decks. They don't use like fancy pants, you know, $10,000 stuff. So this big beast is the Elgato 4K face cam. Oh, yeah, 2160p, but basically it's 4K. I don't know why we call it 4K when it's 2160p. But yeah, this one, I mean, this is a beast. So this one, I think I'm upgrading from maybe like 100, 120 pounds camera. This one I think is 300. But the Facecam Pro, like, because of me being obsessed with like production quality, I had to have it. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna screw it into this clamp. And we're gonna see. Yep, I'm so good I can't even screw it into a clamp. And we're gonna see if we can just plug and play. If I just plug it in, will it be detected and allow us to switch? So we'll spin this, spin, 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 spin. All right, that should be connected. And then what we're gonna do, we're gonna take our cable. By the way, we do have loads of games coming up today, so I need to be quick about this because we got a series starting in a second. Yes, my favorite experience, the little plastic cables that I have to unravel that I am always disastrous unraveling because I'm a legend like that. Is the Elgato link not working? It should be working. Why? Wait, what do you mean? What's the problem? Works for me. It'll take you through their website. So they're currently setting up, because I wanted to rush things, so I'm impatient. They're currently setting up the creator codes. So there'll be creator codes you can use for discounts as well. But for now, like, let's aim on the awareness part. Click that link, they know that I sent you. But I will let you guys know when I've updated that with creator code, so you guys should be able to get discounts and whatnot. But they are currently working on it. It's just, I wanted to announce it. I was like, dude, it's arrived. And they're like, yo, KP, can we maybe wait until we've sorted those codes? And I was like, no, going live. So let's wrap this around. Cool, this is a big beast by comparison, actually. Okay, so I'm going to plug this in a second. Because it's a USB 3.0 to 3.0. We have those. Bear me one sec, guys. The only annoying thing is the cable isn't central, it's on the side. So it's going to be a little bit angsty, but I think I've got it. Okay, so We got the double. Oh, by the way, this is also an Elgato hoodie. If you guys are liking that. Yeah. I really like this one. It's quite nice. Very clean look. It's even got like kind of little typings out. Like, was it? I like the small details. They're very smart. Not my belly, but like here. They've got creative with the definition on it. It seems weird, but it's actually really nicely thought out. You look like Italian mobster. What? Okay. Okay, so you guys ready? This is on the fly, so I haven't even prepped anything for it. So we'll see how scuffed this looks. But if we go across to video capture device, webcam pro, this would be out of the box settings, so it might not be perfect. But whoa. Hold on. Oof. Hey, I look bad. We definitely need to alter the settings slightly. I look like teenager me right now. Bloody hell. 1 second. Crisp? No. We're going to alter those settings slightly. That's not flattering. So, if we go across the Facecam Pro. Oh, dude, this one even allows like percentile incrementals, not just 10%ers. I am red as. I swear, I'm not this sunburned. No, look. Okay. It's because we need to adjust the, it's called ISO. Yo, what's up, boy? Thank you much for the raid. You're just in time to see me basically go back in time and become teenager me with spots, apparently. So, we turn white balance off. I think I will leave white balance on automatic. So what it is there's an ISO filter thing that has shutter speeds like this. Depending on where you put it, alters things a little bit. And then, oh, it actually has presets. What's the presets like? Oh, that's just zoom. Okay. And then what's the focus like? Focus should be automatic. That's fine. Hey, I look ugly. Why you see 2KPs? Because we just got a new camera. The difference is night and day, right? I'm kind of regretting going to 4K because my ass is ugly. Why did you guys not tell me I look this bad? I'm very red. Am I? I'm gonna trust my phone. Maybe I am that red? No, I'm slightly over red. I've changed. There's something that I need to alter. Oh my god, I'm Voldemort. Okay. Alter your face? Yeah, dude. We just need to get a sponsor for that too. Alright, so wait. So we can test this. Then we bring this down. Okay, so. God, I'm ugly. Am I that sweaty today? Here's the thing. I swear, when I'm at events, the makeup artists are like, you have such great skin. I think they were lying to me. Alright, so, because we have this, and then we have that. I think I'm better viewed in a low resolution, to be honest with you. What are those lips? What do you mean, what are those lips? Oh, you're right. Ooh. That's a slight biting habit. Cool. Huh? Wait, give me baby. Where's the chair? Yeah. I'm gonna get it. I'm surrounded by boxes and she brings it. Okay, so he looks great, right? This is the real test because he's definitely adorable as all hell in real life. We'll just know if I'm ugly if Like, how's it? Okay, yeah, I'm just ugly. Yeah. I'm just ugly. Crap. Well, I mean, I was looking forward to the Elgato partnership until it sent me into a spiraling, whirling pit of despair about my own look. I'm not, I swear I'm not this red, but wait. Because your cheeks do get a bit rosy. Yeah, your cheeks get a bit rosy too, don't they, mate? It's much better looking than you. Yeah, well, I did create him, so like, do I not get like points for that? I think I meant to get points for that, right? My junk worked correctly, clearly. There we go. I look better like that. Yeah, 100% contrast is all we needed, guys. Because I'm just double checking, because I think maybe. Let me check what the face cam settings were. Yeah, you're gonna have to move those boxes, basically. You're trying to ask your way around this, Emma. You're gonna have to make space. Okay. So saturation was slightly up. Very slightly up. But wait, upping saturation is going to make me look worse. I think. Is that better, chat? I think that's better. I think the contrast... I think the saturation was just a bit too high. It could be the white balance as well. Wait. Is that better? He looks even cuter. No, I didn't saturate. I actually slightly desaturated. Move it down? I don't think we move it down more than that, right? You reckon? That's way, like... Is that way too little color? When we bring saturation back up, maybe? There's a tint. Whoa. Alright, let's definitely not use the tint. Okay, I've had my fun with the tint. There we go. I think that's it, right? Move it until you believe the color of your wall is accurate. That's true. The problem is I'm looking... That's always a deceptive thing, because I'm looking at a mono, which is different to what you guys are seeing. So... Is that good? It's got a little bit red. My wall beige or white? It's mostly kind of whitish with very slight beiginess to it. I wouldn't say it's like an insane beige. It's a little bit of beige though. Like maybe there? Yeah, it's a cream. I think that's about right. I think the rest of it is just me being ugly and I'm gonna have to accept that. You're cute though, aren't you? Aren't you? Look at you. Are you happy about us being partnered with Elgato? I don't think he cares. Alright, mate. The look he gave me. That was a do they serve milk look. Alright. So I do think it's maybe still a bit too high in the color. Also, the tint's slightly on. Why is the... Before I put the tint off. All right, tint's off. Maybe... That looks too decolored, right? I think. I think that's about right. You look ill. Thanks, Mum. You kind of look like shit yourself, but appreciate you. Much love. So the face cam, the 1080p one was a 38 on. Oh, don't worry me. She started. You look ill. Thanks. All right, so I'm just double checking the settings. So we definitely have them lined up. So I think the ISO value was lower Yeah, I had it lower on the 1080p. So if I bring that down, I don't know, man. That looks a little bit too dark now. Alright, that's Monka. I reckon. It's about there? Maybe about there. Alright. Let's bring this big boy across a bit. It is a lot bigger than the other one. The only other awkward thing is I'm going to have to, like... Okay, come on. It's because the cable's been in a box, it's a little bit unnegotiable right now. Okay. There we go. I got too many boxes and everything else happening right now. Alright, I think we're Gucci, right? Or, as I'm sure my mum is going to say in a second, it's probably about as good as it's going to get for you, mate. Right, so, we'll zoom it in slightly. See? Look, I told you, my skin's fine. Got a little bit of roughness there right now. But look, yeah, look, see? That's fine. That's fine. Too close? No, we can get closer. All right, so we're probably going to be about... Oh, that's nice as well. We can actually... We don't even need to move the camera per se. Yeah, we can just do this. Oh, that's so nice. I don't have to keep twisting in the cam. All right. So I think... Here we go. So cameras for comparison side by side. You ready? So this is the 4K camera from Elgato. All right, this is like mwah, top notch. This is literally 4K resolution, and then boom, you can see the amount of extra definition there for sure. Like, okay. Baby comparison's better. Hey! Someone's not happy. Okay. So, cute baby. Cute baby. Oh yeah, it's all right for you, mate. You just look better. I reckon it needs a bit more light. I think it just needs more light. Don't it, mate? Does it need more light? Does it need more light? Safe setting so far. I reckon... There goes the head pillow. I reckon... Oh, mate. Don't you go flying off. If we lower the shutter speed... I think having a higher shutter speed is better anyway, right? And then if we bring... Is that better? A bit too green. Not sure about that. Can baby say Strobora? We'll get there. Not quite yet. You reckon? So now we have... Yeah, because you can kind of see, like, with this one, it's a different... Like, the redness is, like, blurred. What do you reckon? Green could be because the frame is green? Probably. I don't know if, like, we're just not... Oh, is that better? Oh, hold on a sec. Is that actually better than that? So we had that. I almost feel like... Warm is much better. There we go. Look at you. Yeah. Now you just look like really angry. And all right. Yep. Nailed it. Is that good? Oh, wow. That's actually really good, right? Or is that a little bit too warm? That's very vibrant. I wonder if we bring it down slightly. Oh, buddy. Is that better or is the last one better, guys? I reckon that's probably the nice balance. You alright, buddy? So here we go. So this is... Okay, so because my ugly mug is going to make it look bad no matter what, we have an adorable baby to show us. Okay, so look at me. I look fine here, but I'm deceptive and I'm getting old and probably ugly. So I have the gem in my eye, the most adorable baby here to show you how good 4K cameras can look. You ready? Okay, yeah, he remained cute. So yeah, guys, this is the Elgato 4K webcam. It has so much more definition. I'm still going to mess with it a little bit, but just a little bit of tinkering after 5 minutes out of the box. I think you can see the definition. Like, you can actually see it. Look at the PC to my side right there. Ready? Just read Gigabyte alone. You see the clarity? That's insane. Like, the Pokemon in the background, everything, actually. Like, it is so much cleaner cut. Oh, camera warmth looks just perfect. Yeah, I reckon we're just going to tweak the colors a little bit more, maybe. Is that better? Or are we worse again? Is that better? Is that the best we've had so far, chat? You all wouldn't lie to me. That might be, right? Okay. All right, let's try this then. So, yeah, we are going to be testing this out. So I'll have a look back at this later. All right, here we go. So we have two Elgato cameras here, one in 1080p, and we've just upgraded the 4K. To make sure that my ugly mug doesn't dilute the findings, I have an adorable baby. Yeah? You adorable? You're not happy because daddy's too loud. Oh, okay. We'll put you down in a second. So this is the 1080p. And even when he's angry, are you still adorable? Yeah, see, look, the baby got cuter! And that was all thanks to Elgato. Although they may need to start a line of milk to make him truly happy. Yeah, big shout out to Elgato though. I mean, really cool to be part of the team. And we'll keep tweaking the settings a bit. But yeah, I think the 4K is a huge improvement. Oh, mate. Not a happy chappy. Oh. All right. There we go. So, actually, I did local recording that, so that'd be handy. The problem is, like, with these type of things, I'm really nitpicky. So, like, it probably is okay, but I'm obsessive, so I'm like, it's not okay. Link, please. !Elgato should get you the link. We should be getting a creator code soon, so I'd hold off on the buyings until they've sent that through. And then definitely go and pick up all the goodies yourself. But, mate, are you kidding? She did feed you, right? I'm getting this really weird feeling Emma done that thing again, where she doesn't feed him just before she goes out. And now he needs to be fed. All right, but we do have series coming up. We have options, actually, guys. We can do Killjoy versus Lemos now. There is also Gully Deckle versus Starflark. Oh, mate. Bloody hell. All right. That stupid freaking pillow. Yeah. Yeah, I know. You can't just be quiet, can you? Gotta be cranky. All right. So I'll get Gully, Deckle, and Starflark ready slowly. Bear with me, guys. Sorry about this. There it is. So, map draft. This week we're having Frisian as the default. We've got Dry Arabia and Coastal Cliffs. So let me just add those in. Everyone in their Dry Arabia, right? And then, if we... Sorry, put the music back on. Alright, it's calming down a bit now, which is good. Nice PJ of the dinosaurs, right? And that's the thing, you get that definition level. Alright. We need Elgato sponsorship for the baby. Right? Elgato baby cams. With this level of definition, you'll even see if they just vomited a tiny little bit. I don't know if that's a good advertisement or not. But this is what they just got. So let's start the game up. We have got draft ready for the first series. What I'll do, I'm just going to straight up do this. Go like this. Wait 1 second. I have a problem because I need to switch through them. Now I'm tiny. Oh, mate. Chill out. Oh, he is not happy. Boom. There we go. Oh, my God. Come on. What's wrong? He's not even sucking his finger. I think he's got maybe wind. This is going to make the first series very awkward to cast. Fidesz. I don't think he's hungry. I think he's just in a cranky mood. Alright. Well, can you stop banging the headset though? You're going to make yourself feel worse for that, mate. Ooh. I reckon Emma might just have to start sucking it up and buckling you into the car to take you to pick up your sister, mate. Because you keep if you are hungry, you keep choosing literally the most awkward time of the day for it. Whoop. Alright, we've got him on the table. I know, mate. I know. So, opening game now. Give me a second. We'll be in game. Baby wants more DLC leaks. Like, why did they only give us one photo? Is that you? One photo. Oh, mate. Okay, so bear with me 1 second. Also, no, those aren't spoilers. I see what's happened there. It's the... Oh my God, Ed, please. Oh my God, can you chill? Bloody hell, he's kicking himself fully out. He just kicked the stream deck everywhere. Alright, that's why. It's because it needed to be wiped. That was the grand finals game outcomes. Mate. He's literally just spread out on my desk right now. Do you not use any kind of pacifier? No, we don't use a pacifier of him, so he sucks on his fingers. The problem is he's starting to teeth, right? So... Sorry, I don't know how loud that is. I think it's probably more teething issue than anything else. Take a 10-minute break and change feed. I mean, I thought it's nappy. He doesn't need to change. And he's not a fast feeder, sadly. I reckon you'll be alright in a few minutes, mate. Oh. Alright? Should we try this again? That's the problem. You don't know if it's teaming with him. Alright. Alright, guys. I think I'm gonna have to go get milk. Which is not ideal. 1 second. What I can at least do, so the stuff to watch, is we can open game 1 on Frisian. And I'll leave it on, I'll turn player POV on. Which I hope, I haven't tested, I think it does work. Alright mate, we're getting you sorted. Which should at least, I think in caster mode might work. We'll see. So. Okay guys, so I'll put it into the view for you guys. And then what I'll do is sorry, it's going to be a little bit jerky with the moving around. Getting baby milk. I'm going to sound like a very abusive parent when all you can hear is him crying while I'm gone, but... Whoopsie. Alright, be right back, guys. Sorry.
بما تأمر؟ بما تأمر؟
ماذا؟
الأعداء! مستعد؟ ماذا؟ لدي مهمة. أني راكب الجمل جاهز. نتعرض للهجوم.
جيدا.
لدي مهمة.
نعم. جاهزة للعمل.
نحن تحت هجوم.
أمرك يا سيدي، مستعد.
نحن تحت هجوم. الأعداء قريبون. نواجه مشكلة هنا. اطلاق. كلا. نتعرض للهجوم. استمروا في القتال.
أجل. مرحبا.
الرماح.
أجل.
نواجه مشكلة هنا. نحن تحت هجوم. العدو. جاهز للعمل. يعجبني ذلك. الأعداء قريبون. نواجه مشكلة هنا.
All right, guys, I have got a grumpy baby here this day. Ugh. Looks like we're coming in pretty deep in the game. Ugh. And we have his milk. All right, I found the mute button for the baby. It just required the milk. Yay. So,
القذائف أطلقت.
I guess we'll catch up on this. Do we just keep camera on? Or I don't know. Let me see. Can we make this actually work? Cam on or cam off? Kind of a scuffed different cast. Yeah, so this is a little bit of a weird one, actually. And 1 second, because I can't turn off player cam unless I do that first. So, whoopsie. So, look at this one here. I mean, Starflark usually just favor Chinese. I'm guessing Gully did try for the all-in rush while Starflark harassed him with Desert Raiders in the early game and then found his way up. Is that about right? Usually, this matchup feels pretty good for China, and it feels even better, particularly on Frizzy and Marshes, because you just have so much sheep to work with. And let me get rid of that baby thing now. And I guess we're going for... in some ways, this kind of fits to what we're doing with... not the way I planned it out, but for Fridays. I think Fridays, with it being round of 32, you almost want more like a chill watch party, talk with chat, answer questions vibe, right? The seriousness really kicks in deeper in the brackets. I mean, this is a pretty tight matchup, though. Gully and Starflark on paper should be probably our closest seeded matchup, I'd say. Like, either one could take it. But this is what? Did he go Desert Raider Growth Wing? I think so, yeah. Okay, that's a little bit funky, but I get why he thought it was a good idea. It's just, against China, you don't really stop them doing anything. And now we have, like, what, Gully and Age behind, but not for long. Taking a good clash in the meantime. We do have Gulums coming out. A great read by Starflark. You really need Gulums here to hold this back. Lancers just get shuttered down too easily. Great clash, actually, right? They still got 10 armored units here. Gully Decker with just a handful of repeated crossbowmen is not going to cut it, so he's going to get pushed away. He does have his tech coming behind, but Starflark is already on the relics and bringing the bad boys home. So suddenly, game looking pretty good for the Chilean. Gully with the Imperial Pass coming in. I mean, it's going to give a lot of vision, but you already know what's coming to this corner. Did he play Pro Scouts? Yeah, he played Pro Scouts. Interesting. I mean, Frizzy and Marshes, we thought it would be interesting to revisit this map because the Pro Scouts meta. Very food-heavy safety, right, between the sheep plus the PS. I think the cool thing there is you get variance between an all-in play and a Pro Scouts play. They're very different dynamics. Starflark. Wait, he didn't? Okay, no. He did go Growth Wing. This is just Song. Song has escalated. So if anyone wondering why they neck and neck if he went for Growth Wing with villagers, it's because Song over time generates more villagers, and also 4 of those eco counts for Gully Decker are also taxmen. Yes, I know, Ezra. You've got milk now. You can be less grumpy. And instead, real Starflark rather is now playing out onto the pocket economy. I mean, that's not going to last long unless he can actually just stick a nail in it and stop Gully getting out. He does have the surround here with the Golems plus the Lancers. A little bit tricky to dive underneath these Barbicans compared to just standard Archer fire, right? You feel a lot better when you're not archery up against Chinese for this reason. The divers coming in. Gully doesn't actually have the spear crossbows there just yet. Starflark, his goal shouldn't be to get a dive that wins the game. It's just to contain. And in some ways, you're just kind of throwing away your lead with this type of dive into the base. Not really that necessary. Definitely not forced. So we'll start to back away now. We do have an archer transition coming. However, we are seeing PG crossbows. And even some more archers actually from Gully. So quite a sturdy, wide type of production line. A little bit risky because it does leave you weaker in all departments versus Starflark just going straight into one. Gully looks dead. I mean, Gully's not actually dead yet. Like, he has a few options here. because he can easily just play into mass crossbows from this position, right? He got a lot of pro scouts value. Like, if anything, Starflark has a bigger problem. Although he looks good and aggressive on the map right now, it's because he has to be consistently aggressive. If he stops being aggressive, he loses. Because he just doesn't have that longevity. In fact, we even have a switch now coming into Granary. And hey, you left a hungry baby here. He was not happy. Yeah? Baby's gonna go big house. Alright, chat. Say goodbye to Ezra. He was only with us for a short time, but he made himself very memorable, didn't you, mate? Did you scratch your head as well? Bloody hell, mate. And I have got a Freya! Did you have fun at nursery?
Yeah.
What did you do?
Play too.
Yeah? You gonna go play in the house?
Yeah.
Say, oh, okay. You stay here with Daddy for a second. Freya, are you gonna be a winner at this game?
We got them.
Are you gonna win at Age of Empires? Yeah? Well, yeah, that's the microphone. Are you gonna be Marine Lord?
Yeah.
Are you gonna be Beastie? Oh, you don't want to play Beastie, okay. Are you gonna be Anatand?
Yeah.
Alright, upper brackets are screwed, you're both getting wrecked. Bye-bye. Love you. Alright, so back into the series. Oh, clip it and ship it. Someone just needs to just put that up on the Reddit as the smack talk. Is Beastie secretly the best of the three? Because it was the only one that she was like, eh. I don't know if that's like, I don't want to play an hour-long game though, Dad. Alright, apologies for that, folks. We had cleared the baby airwaves. We've had our co-casters for the day, and now we are able to focus on what's coming out here. So we have mass crossbowing on both sides, but Gully has a huge edge here. This is the tricky part for Starflark. Like, his position-wise, like, he's pretty much out of food, right? He's got shoreline fish, but that brings risks with it as you go wider, but Gully's bypassing that risk. He's going into mass granary farms. Timing on this is a bit awkward. Starflark. Oh, no, the position on building this Manjanique. I mean, he will get it deployed, but it's only one Manjanique. And that meant enough time for the Palace Guard to actually get close. The Mango, it doesn't even fire once. Siege goes down. Gully. This is looking really good for him. It's 22 crossbowmen. The Starflark doesn't have a great answer. Archers are going to try to dive forward for the time being. The Gulams are bypassing. In fairness, Gully does need to get a few more Palace Guard out here. In fact, that may be a bit of a misrally there. The PG should be coming forward while the crossbows go back. So Starflark, all of a sudden getting a little bit of an open goal there to shoot at that probably shouldn't have even existed in this game. But he's now overextending, right? The Gulams with the charge, the Lancers as well. They did get ahead of the Archers. I think that actually is enough of a mistake that Starflark just doesn't have the lead here. The military count is definitely Gully. His eco count is looking a lot better as well, right? Remember, Song is escalating his village lead. It's only 1 TC. It's 3 relics versus, like, what? Probably 2 here? Please tell me they know about this one. That is such a subtle embedment of a relic. But yes, it should have been seen. Oh, blimey. Well, it's feeling like a long Friday for me already. Hopefully you guys are having a good day. Now Emma gets to suffer them both. Gully. Nice dive in. Big hit. Starflark. That's 8 villagers down. I mean, he has got backup gold here, but the bigger issue is just raw economy, right? He's exhausting the last of the safe resources on the berries. And we do have a farm transition now for the Ibis, but notice this is going to be a lot weaker than what Gully has. You couldn't click it in the fog of war. Oops. All right, there we go. The kiddo seems to have old man reflexes, but we got him there. 19-minute timing. Boom. Second relic coming home. Is this, I don't want to say an upset, but like, is this the reverse of expected? I said these two are like closely matched. I don't think they've matched up before so far. I would say, based on like playstyles, Starflark has looked a bit more solid on the early mid game in the midweek musters, right? But I didn't catch how things played out there. Admittedly, I was busy sorting the baby for the first 10 minutes. But Gully looks really solid down to the mid game, right? I think this is in some ways the expected outcome in China IU. IB just have to move with such temperament and timing on the map, or they lose. And I think the problem is on a map like Frizzly Marshes, China just looks god tier, right? Like this is just a Civ that can anchor down the corner. I mean, I'm surprised they even got through the draft considering the current meta and this is the default map. Definitely a little bit polarizing in that regard. Army Blob is getting ridiculous. I mean, Gully is approaching 200 pop at this rate. He's going to be there by the time Starflark's maybe at like, what, 120, 130. Stone is being gathered. It feels like it's the pacing for a town center drop, but I don't think you've got time for a TC. Like, you'd actually need to keep first, but I don't really know where you're meant to drop it that protects everything you're doing here. Atrium Sushi are the best civs on this map? Well, not China? I feel like China's... Yeah, I was about to say, yeah. I think China's a little bit better than Sushi. Because Sushi, sometimes you just really luck out on the spawn for a good meditation garden. Yeah, China, HRE, Mongols are basically big kings. Dive coming in. Looks like the last stand for Starflark. The backstab is about to hit in. If it's not villagers to die, it's going to be Manjaniques. That means game one is going to be going to the toddler here. Starflark is going to have to reset and refresh for G2. Now, look at the drafts. This was the most powerful pick for Gully. Starflark, meanwhile, still has Delhi, Byzantines. There's some hope here. But a great start, the German lad. All right, so let's get that bad boy up on the board. That was IE versus Chinese. Game win for China. Sorry about that, guys. And yeah, once again, thank you very much, Agent Noob. I did see your sub earlier. Appreciate you, mate. Don't know if you're still around, but thank you, thank you. Always appreciate the support. Remember, guys, get those subs in. Start of the month. A lot of you probably have primes. I'm still wondering if I need to alter the color. I think it is Gucci now, right? I think the coloring works. Definitely very different looking compared to what we had. Because yeah, look. So the thing is, it's like that one is more... I think the color tone is like flattened a bit. Which makes sense because it's 1080p versus 4K. I'll have to tweak it around a little bit, figure out what it is. Warm color is better, you reckon? Yeah. I kind of need it with how red my face is, apparently. You know what? What we do is we blame Ezra. It was the panic he caused for me. That was the problem. Gucci don't make webcam. Oh, you're terrible. All right. Let's get ready for G2. All right, so game 2, we're going to Coastal. It is going to be Order of the Dragon versus Byzantines. What do you do here? OTD, like, it's still kind of underexplored in a lot of these matchups. I mean, my instincts are kind of leaning more towards Biz. On Coastal Cliffs as well. So, like, this is a map where, I mean, Pro Scouts actually does have a lot of value with this type of spawn for Gully, I guess. The berries are a little bit limited. I think Byzantines have the opening control, but if the game drags a bit, then Order of the Dragon should be favored here, right? Any of the other civs, Biz is kind of scary. Yeah, like, I think Biz is a little bit polarizing on this map because you just have less Olival long-term than a decent number of other maps. What do you guys reckon? Ones if you think Order of the Dragon win this matchup, twos if you think Byzantines do.
Yeah.
It's so difficult to kind of gauge because, as I was saying, like Order of the Dragon is just kind of still, I want to say, underexplored. They're definitely getting a lot more playtime when we're starting to figure out the meta, but we're talking about an ever-evolving meta. We just had the Pro Scouts really pivot the way the game went. Likely, we're going to see Pro Scouts get nerfed, and then that's going to change the game again. And all along the way, people are still trying to figure out OTD. Oh, that's true. This is a war map, so OTD wins, right? Kappa. Now remember, this is Coastal Cliffs, so you cannot touch the water. You can just stare at it. Maybe breathe it in if you've got a strong enough lung, but you can't actually get to it. So,
Kelefsis.
God, that was kind of different coming in mid-game, actually. I mean, like that. I'm hoping we get a little bit more leakage of info about the DLC before it eventually drops. Not like, not unofficial leaks, but like, teasers. You ever had OP spawns? I mean, you got back gold, right? You got double tree line 4, which gives you natural defense, and you got the deer stacks close by, so you can quickly yoink them back pro scouts. For him, yeah, he kind of got retracted berries as much as you'd expect here. I mean, it could have been a bit better if the berry spawn was, say, like down here in the corner. But I don't think that really happens anymore due to the stone placements, right? It could have maybe been a bit better for him if this tree line had been shoved forward the berries back. But overall, yeah, getting corner berries, like this is very wallable for the gold and the food. Grand Winery is going to be coming in. That's to be expected here. You don't really bother with the Hippodrome in this matchup. Like, there's no point trying to mirror all of the Dragon Pro Scouts because they'll just get it a lot quicker than you will. Sheep Hole. Okay, neck and neck, really. Right, 12 to 10. Both of them, of course, starting on the sheep. Also, both of them having kind of comparative gathering rates, right? Like, it's 10% here, and then it's 28%. Admittedly, that sounds a lot stronger, but remember, you got less villages as well. Is Dragon good at pro scouting? Yes, actually. They're pretty good at pro scouting because they do have an accelerated economy, especially in the early phase of the game. One of the big weaknesses of Order of the Dragon is that villagers are 28% quicker at gathering, it's true. But the negative experience of that is it means more walking to drop off. So that's where the Pro Scouts meta was actually a really big booster to OOTD specifically, because this is a civ that now doesn't have to worry about running, right? Because with Pro Scouts, you're just picking up, dropping off, picking up, dropping off. So, compared to going farms, compared to going berries, like where OOTD still struggles a little bit is that efficiency becomes a bit inefficient when they're gathering on farms. But for Pro Scouts, at least, for the first 20 minutes, this is a really solid civ. Oh, I'm not used to being peaceful after all that screaming now. Oh. The crazy thing with Ezra is even when he's being fed, he'll moan, almost like he's not getting the milk quick enough. Which is quite hilarious for a baby that had huge, and still does really have huge wind issues. Like, he always needs to burp. It's very gassy. What happens when you all Lord Shinobi that looks like your villager? Assume it just takes this disguise off and goes, I'm yours! Keep me! Alright, so Stable's coming in. You can see it's definitely going to be Pro Scouts. Other side of this, it's going to be the racks opening. I guess the good news for Starflark is, like, on such a linear spawn, on a map like Coastal Cliffs, like, maybe Pro Scouts is a bit weaker against anti-Pro Scouters. What I mean by that is, like, the map is thinner, therefore the deer spawn more consistently towards each other. And if you see, you've got kind of this linear line. Like, he can quite quickly use Limitani to block out 3 different locations. The issue is because Starflark didn't prep the racks earlier to start pumping Limitani in Dark Age, it's not going to be in position to stop that first deer stack. But, golly, he's only a few seconds away from having it. The only negative I might say about the way he played this is, could we have had the scout out sooner? Or more importantly, what's the other scout doing? Yeah, he's so paranoid about what his opponent's up to. He could have used this initial scout to shove in. I'm not sure there's a play that the Starflark could have made quick enough to really scare you. Other than that Dark Age Rax Rush, right? Which you would have wanted to scout in earlier phase anyway to react with archery range. So, for Starflark, the play here is definitely going to be Limitane. Spearman to deal with the stables. And then you're going to have the Javelins to deal with the Gilded Archers. But the cool thing that Gully is doing is bypassing that. Because in the normal matchup, you think spear on spear, oh man, screw that, I want to get archers. As Order of the Dragon, you have options, remember. With the Rax play in particular, it's kind of your best one to lean the options of because you have both the Spearmen or the Men-at-Arms. Both of which will beat Limitane. Does the first system even buff his gold? It does indeed. Irrigation's hitting them. Now, don't ask me how irrigation buffs gold gathering. I'm just going to say yes. And move on. Alright, ones if you think Gully's going to win this, twos if you think Starflark's going to take it. And Mark Stable says, congrats on the newest edition. Thank you, mate. Yeah, it's been a few months now. We had him, we had Ezra at end of September. It's going to be Frey's third birthday soon, actually. It's kind of crazy how fast it goes. Okay, so a lot of ones coming through. A lot of belief in OOTD. I mean, Blacksmith timing could be really important here. Like, I actually think that, you know, there's some units that don't use things like the Bloomery tech well. Men-at-Arms is probably one of the better users of it, especially in the Feudal Age. Past that, it's a little bit more awkward, but the reason why MAA use it quite well is they have, you know, damage that definitely sees an incremental increase that's noticeable in the Bloomery, but their attack speed is good as well, right? So you 14 damage at 1.12 attack speed. These things almost just feel like melee Gatling guns when they're standing still. Alright, RuneScape Trimmers have got their move on. So he's just playing the bait and switch, Ring Rosies. The first Deer Pocket has mostly been brought back. There's still 2 left here. Men-at-Arms spam is real though, dude. Gully's just gonna non-stop do this now, right? Yeah, Starflark needs to get out of H2. This is how you lose games, actually. If he plays long feudal now, he's dead. The only way you can play long feudal against like Man-at-Arms spamming here from OTD is if you set up a lot of outposts. Like, we're talking full tower defense game. I think that's one of the weird things. I kind of enjoyed that people moved away from this build because I don't think there's a build that exists like this one so early in the game that makes you feel like you have to stop playing an RTS and start playing a tower defense game. Like, this strategy is just not fair. Oh my god, he's non-stop going to be doing it, right? 6 men-at-arms, 3 more in queue. This just feels toxic. I haven't done it without Mindwork. Don't know if they're that good. I mean, Mindwork, I don't think Golden Cuirass is like as crazy as people think. It's definitely good for sure. The Arc and buff can be just as beneficial. Like, the question you have to ask yourself is, could you have this many men-at-arms with Pro Scouts without Arc and buff? I think the answer is no, right? Like, there's no way. Like, you have 16 villagers getting buffed up by that stuff. Not to mention the buff on the woodline to just get you that accelerant. That also saved you 50 on the lumber camp, which gave you a cleaner tone to the second racks. I think it adds up. I don't know, Arcan just feels too good here. Like, to me, Mindwork makes sense on HRE. It very rarely makes sense on OTD. Where it makes sense on OTD is when you're going dimensional with your comp. Like, if you're only doing men-at-arms, it's kind of sucky. But if you're doing men-at-arms and, say, archers, right, then you need free blacksmith upgrades. Then it's worth it. Here, you only really need 2. You might end up at 3 just organically, but by that point, you just already have so many men-at-arms. Mindwork is good when you not only go spears / horsemen or men-at-arms, but when you also go for the archers. I think Mindwork isn't as much about Golden Cuirass like people once thought. It's more about the clean transition into your archers being efficient. Because you have to remember that Gilded Archers also have the base damage lombos. So, like, Undermesh works less effectively against them by default. So getting Steeled Arrow just means you can roll through a lot of targets. That was not clean, though. These are very expensive. Gully can't really afford to be punting away any on the cheap like that. From this POV, like, Gully just needs to get the next stage. 10 men-at-arms is really solid if you can now just fast castle. If you take too long, though, Starflark is going to be able to transition to crossbows. And you can see he's already getting ready to go into Castle Age. Mine works good when you're HRE. Pretty much. I stand by that. No. I remember Myriad was really obsessed with the Landsknecht bleed effect. And I don't think that's that great. On paper, right? Like, it sounds really busted. The extra bleed damage just guaranteeing kills. But in reality, like, it maybe matters once or twice if you're lucky. In most games, Landsknecht are already good enough to kill villagers, which is the one that makes a big difference against. And in fights happen too fast for the Landsknecht bleed to just outright decide things. I think it would be different if the Landsknecht had extra movement speed. Then the bleed would be OP. Charge in here, Gully. Wow, he actually committed to the age. Like, he didn't even start saving. We're up to 13 men-at-arms now. Starflark does complete the tech up, but he needs double arch range right now, and he has none. He doesn't have the wood either. Instead, he's adding in extra olive groves here. Tricky situation. Gully now starting to commit with the dive. He needs to find kills. Peeling off just one gilded would be good here. He sends in the horseman instead. Spinman are going to be able to react and protect. That's going to pull the men-at-arms towards them. In the meantime, it is going to be a split up and look for clue situation here in the base. He needs kills to make this worthwhile because this is expensive right now. Keep in mind, Gully has just dove the base with almost enough to go Imperial Age in terms of raw resource. 3 worker kills is a good start, but we need to be seeing more out of this. The Limitane have been cleared. The Javelin are getting chased. It's a lot of idle time, and Gully is catching up. Question is, do you go Burgrave here? I mean, you've not really got much army left over with the dive, but in theory, you've got, what, 4 men at arms here? Yeah, he doesn't care. Wait, hold on. There we go. He's going Regnants. I was about to say, Burgrave is kind of overkill. If you don't have any men at arms left, I do think you have to go Burgrave, but you've got 4 left over at the beginning of the tech up. Your opponent's tech up has been hindered, right? He only has 1 crossbowman right now. Keep in mind, because Starflark has been kind of stretched, we don't even have him adding in a single monk yet. In fact, instead, he's going to reblob more troops. For all he knows, Gully is getting ready with the next wave, especially considering he just shooed this men at arms here. No Golden Cuirass, don't think it's needed. The thing I remind people about Golden Cuirass is like, Golden Cuirass really is like, do I end the game in 12 minutes or play later? Because if I'm aiming to end the game in 12 minutes, what the hell's the point in like, going anything but Golden Cuirass? If I think the game's going to go later, I feel like that loses power. Like, Golden Cuirass basically has this weird wane, rift, and return in that it's very good in the first maybe 12, 13 minutes of the game. Then it gets bad. Then it gets really, really good when you're popped again. But even then, the way it gets good is deceptive, because what you have to remember is, like, if you have Golden Cuirass active in the fight, that means your unit's almost dead. So let's say you're in a, like, hyper late game Imperial fight, and you win with men at arms, and you won because Golden Cuirass, and now all your men at arms are at 10% HP. Do you think that's a good thing or a bad thing? Because now, you basically have a full pop cap front line that is 10% efficient for the next fight. So I'd argue, like, Golden Cuirass, like, I'm giving it too much credit in late game. I think Golden Cuirass only works for early game. Maybe for a fast castle play into mass men at arms, that's it. Like, it's almost cheesy in that regard. If you need late game, you're always going Archon. The only argument for mine work is Bodkin. Relic's now being picked up. Gully already got 2 on the way home. We do have a long wall coming in from Starflark. This is quite the lofty investment, actually. I don't think have we had Coastal in since Season 9's changes? I don't think so. I think it was last used before the walls got nerfed. So a much bigger investment than it used to be to wall this thinner map. Wish a map could reveal certain parts of a map. Maps like this are nice for viewers, but when I'm playing, you can't explore the whole map. I guess. Or maybe just, like, something to change the default skin, if that makes sense. So, like, you just basically see a terrain type or something. So, walls up and a hunker down here. Who does this now favor? There's still one Relic in the center to contest. Starflark does a great job pulling it away. He didn't take insane amounts of worker damage here, right? Only 3 deaths. This is kind of scary, though. Landsknechter's pretty ballsy. It can work, because I'd say go to Landsknechter kind of seem a little bit statistically overtuned. Their stats are a bit higher than they maybe mathematically should be. 180 health makes him quite hard to snipe, but he has got a lot of javelins. The problem is going to be your reload speed, right? It's not like you've got mass archers to snipe these out. You've got javelins that just have a slower wind-up, so there's good opportunities for Gully. I know, I kind of dig the Landsknecht Horseman combo here. I don't think you can go Varangian to counter it either. Kind of tricky. We do have camels getting added in as well by Starflark. They'll be okay against the Horseman, right? Nice snipe there on the injured men at arms. Remember, these boys are bulky though. 290 HP. Reminder that the Cataphract has what? 360 HP? Golly, going in for cleaves. If only you had the Landsknecht attack. Once again, I think it's overrated. But it kind of nice here, right? Because your opponent's running away successfully, so you get that bleed through. But like realistically, I don't think it's that crazy. In most situations, like I think that'll be the one fight you'll see in this game where the Landsknechter bleed would have felt good, because he was running away. But now you've pinned him behind his walls. Sacred Sites can get locked in. Farm count is looking decent for Gully. In fact, I think he's ahead in that department. We're talking about, like, what, 13 farms? Olive Grove's on the other side at 10. The interesting thing is you'd think Olive Groves are just OP better, and I get where you come from, the Grand Winery effect, but because of the Gilded Villages and the Archon, it's actually not as terrible as you'd think for Gully either. Now, you see how high your income is? It looks busted, right? Unironically, Smurl's good here. Are you sure about that? That's a lot of horsemen. Definitely, like, makes sense for maybe sniping Landsknechter in particular. Obviously good against men-at-arms, I know, but, like, the Lansk is the thing you need to basically safely take out. I honestly feel Starflark just needs mass crossbows. Mass crossbows, mass Libertane should be able to defend this, but it's been very slow on this transition. Gully. Nice little wrap rotation in here with the horsemen. They are vetted up. And they do manage to free hit these villages. Turkey and Gully. I'm going to chase this down. Landsknechter starting to reach. Remember, before this, Starflark was able to retreat across the map. He doesn't have that luxury anymore. He has to hang around. I might get hung out to dry. That's still 5 Landsknechter. They each hit for 22 damage. Hey, bada, swing. This Zweihander should make quick work of the Libertane. Javelin count not really looking that scary even. It doesn't feel like Starflark is maybe targeting down the critical target here. There's still 3 Landsknechter left over. They're starting to reach into the tree line. Starflark, he hasn't really got much left here. Right now, he has less military units than Gully Deckle. I mean, raw quantity count. We're not even talking population here. Gully now has the Inspired Warriors tech coming in. This is a really big deal. With Landsknechter, with Gilded Landsknechter anyway, you have to look at this for what it is. It is basically you hacking the game to get your elite damage, right? Because an elite damage Landsknechter, on average, like usually gets like, what, +3? Well, you're going to add 15% onto 22 damage. That's over 3 damage extra. It's also super effective against the Javelins because there's extra armor that you're getting. And these units do not get bonus damage against you at all. So stressing to play against this comp. Yeah, it just feels like it never dies, right? Like, anytime Men-at-Arms feels viable in an Order of the Dragon comp, I don't like it. Not that it's bad, I think it's good, and that's the problem. It's, like, toxically good. It's bloody expensive, but when you have this type of food income, who cares? Starflark. After that, now what, 11 worker deaths? Are you kidding me? He blends in with the border of the map. We have a sneaky Men-at-Arms making his way to the backside. Starflark should realize quickly, but look at what's happening. Uh-oh. I'm getting a bad feeling. He might not notice this. Dive continues. Gully Deckle, he does have the buff as well. And there you go. Look at that. 25 damage now. They get the shivs out. No, this doesn't work. This is like the worst plan. This doesn't work at all. Oh my god, it's like malnourished peasants trying to take on a fully plate armored knight. It's not as easy as you think because everyone's waving butter knives in his face. 4 extra worker kills, humongous idle time there. And now on the front side, the killing blow. Starflark, he's missing a bunch of food gathering because of that raid. He doesn't have the next wave of crossbows coming. This looks over. Starflark, you know, after the games he's had against Doom in previous weeks, I think for a lot of people maybe would have been seen as slightly favored here. Tight matchup. Be sure of it, no doubt. But Gully, in the end, making a dominant 2-0 sweep in the opening round of midweek muster number 13. Solid start. Looking strong. He's going to need to because it basically books him a day, a showdown, the reigning champion, Anatan, in the round of 16. What do you guys reckon? I know it's easy to favor Anno, but have you seen anything here from Gully that maybe gives you hope? I mean, if he pulled Order of the Dragon out in that series, I'd be interested because I feel like Anatan was one of the early innovators with this particular civ. Finally, some good games for me. Hey, man. Yep, solid execution. I didn't catch the first half of the first game. I mean, this one, clear plan, clear strategy. Starflark just not able to find the correct reaction. Leads to a dragon win. Nicely done, mate. 2-0 for Gully Chad. Okay, so let's have a look here. Give me a second. Rare sight this year. Wow, we don't even need to bully you. You're just bullying yourself. Should we check in on Killjadi versus Lemonos? Oasis actually got picked. Love that. All right, 1 second. What did I say it was? So I said it was Oasis, and the other map was Dry Arabia. Yawn. Okay, there we go. Let's get ready to hop in the game. Oh. Yeah, I think the warmness on the camera is looking a lot better now. Hell yeah. I'm looking forward to putting the acoustic pads up, though. They're big. They're bigger than what I was expecting, actually. Okay, so let's hop into the next game. Next set, Killjadi Lemonos. Let me open the data. Wait. You let me have Juji. In fairness, you gave Atria in return, right? But, like, Juji is the forbidden Civ. Shall not be seen, shall not be heard. If you like winning your games, that is. I'll see that. Ooh. Killjadi's cooking. Ladies and gents, welcome back to the channel. And we start with Killjadi in full chef mode because this boy is cooking. Look at what he done. He let Lemonos, his opponent, have Juji Legacy in the round of 32 for midweek muster number 13. This is crazy. This is unheard of. This is taboo. This is the forbidden Civ. You know how in the Harry Potter world they don't want to see Voldemort's name? Well, right now, if you're a pro player and you talk about the draft and what you let through, this is the Civ that shall not be named. Only in the bans, never in the picks. But Lemonos managed to save it until the bitter end, but he opens the series with it on Frisian Marshes. Killjadi, on the other hand, kind of a signature pick, man. This guy loves his Mongols, but this is also one of the pristine picks on this map. A lot of people thinking HRE, Chinese are the best, but Mongols, time and time again, have proved that stopper against a lot of these Civs. I think on this particular map, they could be maybe a little bit too much for Juji to nibble into. Curious to see how he wants to try to approach this, because a map like this, you're basically in the Mongols trading home ground, right? So it kind of feels like you as a Juji player have to be the one aggressing. No barracks? No. That's kind of how you lose here as Mongols, right? It never feels good racks rushing Juji or Chinese right now, because they can just react with the racks. In fairness, though, I mean, what Killjadi could have done, theoretically, was Uvu into delayed racks, but the reason he didn't is I think if he'd done the Uvu, the expectation was Lemonos would have scoured him, seen the Uvu, and then reacted racks, right? The crazier part still, guys, how do you feel? We've got a few pro players in chat. Let me know how you feel about this. Lemonos didn't begin by scouting the Mongol base layout. He didn't check for even Uvu here. Now, admittedly, it does mean he's going to get a better amount of sheep. I don't think he's found them, though. No, we're talking about 19 sheep to now 24. He's actually losing the sheep race. Oh, no. Did he do... I think when he left the base, maybe he missed some of the early sheep. No, it looks like he did get them. It's just unfortunate rotation, I guess. I mean, he did kind of just cut through and ignore the corners. And the center. I think he just forgot about the Uvu. That's fine. Yeah, usually having the Uvu always feels good. But the point is, like, Lem not going racks at all blindly is insane here, right? Like, this could have easily backfired for him. So we do have the mini garden coming in. It's an okay one, nothing crazy. 25 gold, 25 stone, and the 36 food. Just your kind of atypical experience, right? That's crazy. I still can't believe he didn't go Uvu. I mean, it did give him a quick attack timing, in fairness. There was a lot of walk distance to go for that stone placement. I get what Killjadi was cooking, actually. So it's almost like the expectation, the expectation, the expectation. And what I mean by that is for Killjadi, he obviously doesn't want to do a Rax rush against Shuji because they will just mirror Rax and they'll supervise to kill you, right? Because this isn't China. If this was China, you could at least gamble on the fact they might not have an Imperial official because China right now has the no IO build where they rush the Imperial Academy. But against Shuji, you know they're going to be having the Imperial official, so you have to be paranoid about a Rax rush. With a forward spawning Uvu like this, there's two options, right? You're either going to commit the Uvu and your opponent went Rax and now you're in trouble. Or you don't commit the Uvu, you admittedly don't get the stone, but you get a quick attack. I think this is kind of okay for Killjadi because it's Silver Tree. If this was a Deer Stone, it's kind of unforgivable, I think. Like, Deer Stone is way too important to have that initial stone for your timing. But with Silver Tree, it's all about eco-scaling. So Lemmy... Is he just going to do Pro Scouts here? I think you probably benefit from opening Horsemen. 3 to 4 Horsemen make a lot of sense. Just you want to spam them out. The thing you have to keep in mind on this map is you don't necessarily have to rush Pro Scouts unless you think your opponent is going for it. Because you have so much sheep to work with, right? He's still sitting on 17 sheep at 4.5 minutes in. Meanwhile, 22 for Killjadi. But boys, I believe we do have a double Pro Scouts build. This is the thing that inevitably forces everyone to rush Pro Scouts, isn't it? It's not that you don't think there's other things that you could do better with your time. It's the fact that your opponent is likely to do Pro Scouts so you freak out. The cool thing for Killjadi is he can kind of get better value because he could go Pro Scouts and then start vomiting out traders. Lemonos is going to be way too busy producing scouts. Scouts that he's not supervising, by the way, because you're not China. Meaning you have a huge window of opportunity to just punt economy. Wait, is this not Pro Scouts? No. Okay, so Killjadi actually goes to the Keshix. Which is crazy because with an Uvu build, this makes sense. You expect it. But without it, it's really expensive. He doesn't have the stone to get the double produce. And I feel like we're just going down the rabbit hole of in his mind, in my mind, while I'm in his mind. Of, well, now, because your opponent doesn't see the Uvu, he knows you don't have it, he's probably not expecting you to open Keshix like this. It's very expensive, especially on a map where you want to be spamming trade. This is crazy. Because, like, the thing you have to remember, guys, if your plan is to block the Pro Scouts play, well, Spearman would have done it, right? You could have done that at an age early, actually. Absolutely crazy. First Keshik going to be riding in. Lemmy does have the Horseman reaction. Okay, so this sucks against the Keshiks, but the whole goal is he wants to block trade. It looks to me like Killjadi is just playing poor man's French. This is just going to be mass Keshiks. No signs of him adding in extra production lines. I mean, now that you see the Horseman, you could just go Spear plus Keshiks. It's a little bit risky because I think like that gives an opening for Lemmy to just go Spear Zhuk. And you never want to enable your opponent to scale with Zhuk. That's kind of his winning creme de la creme, right? So yeah, instead, Killjadi is going to be going Arch range. I think we have Magadai Keshik. I like that a lot more, actually. Once again, it just doesn't encourage your person to go Zhuk, your opponent to go Zhuk. And what is up, Dimu? Thank you, Archmate. Appreciate the raid. Thank you. Welcome, one and all. Hope you had a good stream. Hope you're having a good day with your wonderful son, Asta. My son decided to disrupt the opening set by desperately needing milk. Oh man, he actually took the bait. Let me win this Spears. I mean, you have to, right? But this is really good for Killjadi because his next part of his comp... yeah, he has Flexi here, right? It could be either Archer or Magadai. So he goes to the stationary fight instead. I mean, Magadai could have made sense for intercepting the scouts in particular. Magadai are really good in the current meta, at least a handful of them, because it can block Pro Scouts play. Yeah, we're just checking in on the Rana 32, folks. So, winner of this series will be going up against either Johan or Marcelo. I mean, you never know of Johan. Maybe just like on a given week, he just has to put too many hours into Europa. Catch him off guard. The newest Magadai strat. Sadly, I don't think we're seeing Magadai this game, by the way. I guess in some ways it can feel awkward to do without Deerstone because the Khan Hunter makes such a big difference. We do have the Horseman now raiding on the traders. Reaction is going to be a little bit slow out of Kiljardi. Yeah, the Keshiks are actually in a dive position here. In fact, they went in. That wasn't the plan. 0 worker kills, held back entirely. In fairness, though, like, you know, he doesn't necessarily need to kill enemy workers. He just needs to keep them contained. The whole enemy contained, because he does have Silver Tree trade. Problem is, these horsemen need to be answered quick, and because Kiljardi went for archery range and stables, he doesn't have the cheap, efficient answer of just stationing spears. Instead, you have to get dynamic with your defenses, right? And realistically, yes, you can do that over time with Keshiks. They're fast on the spears, but in the early phase of the game, it leaves you really thinly spread. He only has 6 Keshiks to basically cover attacking and defending at literal opposite ends of the map. You don't like Xiangnan? It's a bit weird. I mean, what's the intent with Xiangnan here? He has deer, right? He's picking up additional deer. He's just drawn all attention to the north side. This is like the perfect time to get additionals. Usually we see Xiangnan for an archery range transition at this point in the game, and no, he done the order wrong. What? Yeah, so this is a little bit funky. If you're going to do this type of play, you at least make it justified by going Xiangnan first and then the archer ranges. Because then you get a nice little rebate, right? You spend 150, you get 80 back. At that stage, basically, you spent, like, what was it, 510 resources on the Xiangnan? And you've already got 160 back. He's skipped on that, though. So he's just paid full Xiangnan, and that's it. Yeah, a little bit awkward. So we have got an all-in kind of timing in mind for Lemmy. He's definitely going to have the blacksmiths coming in probably in the next minute maximum. Kiljardi should be sensing this. Like, if he's not seeing a tech up, if he sees the first Juke coming out, he knows his feudal presence, which means he needs to rush his own blacksmith there. Because you can't get yours in anywhere near as quickly as Shushi. Actually, we'll poke at it, but it's like the scouts are going to be able to bring the goodies home still. The goal now, I guess, is for Lemmy to just wedge himself between the trade line. But he's going to have to do it right next to the enemy base. And we do have Kiljardi skinning quite a lot of archers here. And interesting he took the bait to go into spears, though. I guess you still have to, even though you see Juke, when you know there's more horsemen coming. I would have thought that Kiljardi could have just got away with Archer Keshik here, though. How do you guys feel about Frisian as a default map, by the way? We're trying to change the way that map rotations work so that we don't, like, completely flip the map pool every week. We do it every 2 weeks. Or change the default map each week. I know in the past, like, Frisian kind of got linear in terms of picks, but I thought it would at least be an interesting time to revisit it with the Pro Scouts meta, because it wasn't just going to be about sheep camping corner, so pick either Chinese Mongols or HRE, right? It almost feels like there's a few extra civs that could potentially play here, because Pro Scouts is part of the recipe. Like it, but forget where the sheep spawn. All over the place. Biggest piece of advice if you ever play on Frisian, always check close to your base, because usually like 5 or 6 sheep spawn here. We've seen games where like top level players will just beat their opponents by walking over and grabbing those extra sheep. Lemonos is adding in Palace Guard. What? I don't like this. PG's a little bit curious. I mean, there is a lot of archers. I get it, but there's also a lot of Kekiks. And he's just going completely away from horsemen. So, like, realistically, you're not actually countering the archers anymore. In theory, Zhuginu can, but, like, you have to answer the Keshik play. Like, before my worry was that Kiljardi was going to blob spears and the Zhuginu were going to wipe him. But now it's like the archers are going to wipe the spears before the fight really begins. Oy. Definitely a big question mark that needs to be answered by Lemmy, because he's adding in an additional palace guard. In theory, if he can scale this up and then tech, it's going to look broken, right? I think Benny Boy was one of the early people at the highest level that's doing this, where you'd add in like 3 to 5 palace guards, and then you'd bypass the castle, and you just immediately have units to raid with or defend with. But this doesn't feel like that, especially when you've got 4 spawn in gold. I mean, he has at least got enough in reserve. So in theory, he should be fine for a tech play. The question now is whether he has enough time. Because remember, behind this, Killjadi just has unharassed trade continuously scaling. And agreed, the blacksmiths has been kind of concerning me. Like, I don't know. It feels like Lemos just forgot about it. Which could genuinely cost him the game here. Right? Because you can see that it's been prioritied in the end by Killjadi. He even has Undermesh now on the way. And really to emphasize, like, Lemos isn't necessarily a pushover of a player, right? He's ranked 886th in the world right now. He's usually, like, around the top 1,000, I want to say, most seasons, when he was playing quite a bit. I think he took a little bit of a break. Yeah, he didn't do Season 7, he came back. But 384 games played, top 1,000. It's respectable. This is a huge oversized GG picker. Like, you simply can't play long feudal without blacksmiths. It's insane. And there we go. It does come in now. But at this stage, remember, one of the biggest edges that Juji get, especially when they go Juganu spam, is there's not many civs that can mirror their timing to get Steeled Arrow, right? Or rather, mirror of Undermesh their own protection. We have a game where Killjadi has both the techs. Steeled Arrow is now only on the way. To make matters worse, Killjadi's getting ready for Castle Age. I don't know, man. I think we have a very different game if that Steeled Arrow is already in, right? Like, Lemmy's moving out of the base, it's threatening. Killjadi's freaking a bit, probably reinvesting. Not just rushing Castle like this. But the fact that he kind of forgot about this, I mean, realistically, by the time you're about 10 Juganu in, Steeled Arrow is worth it. When you're adding Horseman, Palace Guard, definitely Undermesh is worth it. But this missed timing may have just led to him getting completely cooked here. Kurotai on the way with 19. Play out onto the board in the center for Killjadi. Plenty of food to work with. I'm just not really seeing the picture anymore. I never forget blacksmiths when I play Japan. You know what? That's another reason why I think Japanese is secretly one of the most noob-friendly civs in the game. I've talked about this before. Like, oh, yeah, when we'd have a few casual games, like, oh, I forgot my blacksmiths. But don't worry, guys. I'm Japanese. Queues it up in 3 different forges. It's so nice. All right, tech up complete. And what is not going to look nice is this fight. Lemos is starting to save up, but it's going to occur before he's ready. The veterancies are also going to be there before his own, even if he now rushes a tech up. Killjadi, I mean, the Keshik one comes in so fast as well. Killjadi is going to be backing up here. The Kurotai is moving in pretty boldly. He forgot about it for a second there, but here we go. The classic Kurotai backstab now on the way. Pass guard. Getting a little bit discombobulated. Need to stay close to the Juke here. There your real damage. And what's that coming up from behind? It's not going to be the Kurotai. It's heading for the base. He's like, no, this is already an unfair fight. I don't want to make myself feel dirty. Veterancy for Archers and Keshik just came in. Tech up isn't even complete. Instead of focusing on winning this fight more dominantly, he's basically setting up to just end the game. Hey, your landmark looks a little bit lonely there. Let me give you a piece of my castle age. Dude, sometimes when I watch Mongol players do this, it just feels like VM. I see this so often these days. It's technically him setting up for the winning play, right? He's doing it when the enemy army isn't here, so he guarantees that it gets deployed and not blocked. And this is now just ridiculous. He's not even supervising it. No, he's not supervising the veterancy at all. Not that I think it would make much of a difference here. You know, at least you do more than just dink off of the armor when you shoot. But he shot his shot, and he missed the hoop. He's at least got one more opportunity to fix that, though. Killjoy playing Mongols at high level. Dude, it's like a comfort pick for him on that map. When you tell him he can have Mongols, he's so happy on that map. I'm trying to remember if I see Killjoy ever play anything else. Like, if it doesn't get banned and Frisian's in, historically, I feel like he always just goes Mongols. He's one of those players. Wholly believes in it. So, game 1 opener is going to be a win for Killjoy. G2, we've got Dry Arabia. Bees versus Delhi. Thank you, Crackety. Yeah, for those who don't know, we've become an Elgato partner, so one of their ambassadors now. So Elgato is pretty much a go-to for a lot of people who want green screens. Is the most, and stream decks. Those are the obvious things. Most people have heard the stream decks before. They are these beautiful things. They're very useful for streamers, hence the name stream deck. But they're also just in general very useful, kind of regardless of what you do, right? So I know production crews that just use these behind the scenes. I know people that just use these conveniently for things like controlling lights in their room, for also doing things like this. Oh, wait, no. Okay, my Spotify needs to be resynced. For example, for some reason, Spotify is having a bit of a heart attack. I think I need to update the Spotify app. But yeah, I can do things like this. I can control it, switch music. Like, literally, like, this is one of many apps, but you can do a lot of different things with them. You can even have them, like, play custom sounds, etc. So, like, the Stream Deck is really good and customizable. Like, it's applicable for people who don't stream as well. Outside of that, everyone can use a good webcam, and we do indeed have a new webcam. We've upgraded from the 1080p webcam from Elgato that we had to the 4K face cam. So this is 4K resolution. In fact, I'll show you. We were literally doing a little bit of back and forth to show off the two styles. There you go. So the smaller frame is the smaller frame, it's 1080p. It's a little bit lighter on the lighting because it's basically had illumination, but that's because, like, with 1080p, when you blow up the resolution, you kind of have to. But yes, you can see my skin clearly, right? I look less Instagram modeled and more realistic, whether that's good or bad. But this is a bloody impressive camera. Quite fit, quite a big beast, but definitely worth it. And for me, like, the big thing for me, why it made sense to partner with Elgato is I am all about top production. I try to peak production every way I can. They even have some decent microphones for people that want to be USB based. I personally go for sure on that side, but like all the other things that the Elgato have, I go for. The only thing I haven't got is prompter because I'm usually quite good at just talking into a camera. For those who don't know, it's really cool. It has a prompter with the camera on it. So the whole idea is that you can read a script without looking like you're reading a script. But all my lighting is Elgato. I've got an Elgato Wave XLR input to mute. Like I can mute like that and I can twist the settings. What else we got? We've got the mic arms, which are really like reliable gas operated ones we've got from Elgato. So yeah, I'm equipped a lot of ways with them, and I'm going to be adding in their acoustic sound pads to the background here, which should actually give a lot more fill, because I think we might have days where we have the green screen down, which is also Elgato, by the way. And when we do, like this, that wall looks a bit empty right now. So I'm going to be having some of these big acoustic pads. So these big things here. So I'm going to be putting some of those up on the walls because that helps any slight echo you might get from just reverberations off the walls. And then, but that they also look pretty cool on walls. You guys have probably seen them on other streamers' setups before. So we'll be having a few on the left and a few on the right. And then we'll have both of our wall law banners in the center. So yeah. Once again, like, really big shout out to Elgato. If you guys want to check out them, we do have a link for you to go through, !Elgato. That should line up if you make any purchases. They'll know that I sent you. But if you hold your horses on the purchases, we should have a code being set up soon. They wanted me to wait until doing the announcement until the codes have been set up. But I was like, nah, dude, we've got to tell everyone about it. Even this hoodie, by the way. I love this hoodie. This is Elgato hoodie. Nice, sleek white. Yeah, really big shout out to them. Looking forward to working with this year and seeing what we can do. Going to create some awesome content. I know they're going to be a very big helping hand in that regard. S-tier production screen. Hell yeah. You brought the Elgato mic arm just before they released. Yes, yeah. I might ask them for the gas one. So I've got the one that you've got. The gas one does look really cool. One step closer to being a Corsair gamer. We might work with Corsair more in the future because remember we've got Corsair products in there. Like our whole fan setup in our PC is Corsair, so we have worked with Corsair lightly. We might explore working with them a little bit deeper. I know they have some interesting new products coming up, so I need to talk to my guy there. And it makes sense. For those who don't know, Elgato, Corsair, Scuff, and Origin are all owned by the same company, so there's a lot of intermingling. Everything in KB's house is Elgato? No, some of the things in my house are Elgato. Yeah, because I got 2 cats. You get it? Okay. Shut up and laugh. All right, let's get going. All right, game number 2. Kiljadi versus Lemmy. And yes, Kiljadi, we did just witness your cutting-edge no Uvu build, which is definitely not just dementia setting in you forgetting about the thing. No, we talked about it. It was actually really cool. There was an interesting theoretical behind it. Game 2, though. Byzantines versus Delhi. Am I right in saying this matchup is kind of just Delhi favored at the moment? Because ever since we moved to the Pro Scouts meta, right? Like this Civ organically gets towards Pro Scouts for free. Biz don't. I guess you can just all in with Biz, right? In Feudal. I don't want to say it's Delhi dominant, but like leaning slightly Delhi favored these days. Or do you just try to end the game in Feudal? Crackety says no. Elaborate. Do you not think you have to end the game in Feudal? Do you just like go for the initial poke and then castle? I remember like there was a time where I was quite convinced the way to play against Delhi that looked really good was Byzantines would go longbow contract and blob archers in Limitane, which sounds nuts, but it was actually super effective. Because I guess the worry here is you get pulled wide, right? Can still deny Pro Scouts. Interesting, but you have to deny the Sacred Sites first, right? I guess that's my bigger issue is like the Ghazi flank. On a map like Dry Arabia anyway. I will get to see. I think for Biz you are at least on the clock was my concern, right? In that if this goes castle and we start seeing things like war elephants, do you have a golden solution? I guess one thing that makes Biz feel pretty good in the earlier phase of the game is they don't get left in the dust as much as other civs do in production. It's definitely something that made me expect them to do better than they used to in this matchup. Because you can just basically increase production with the Conscriptio, right? It's like, by the time you're in Feudal Age, you're going to have a level 2 Conscriptio, which is 40% increased buff rate, compared to the 100% increased buff rate for having a Scholar inside. Correct if I'm wrong. Was this... if we have predictions open, what, you'd be heavily on Byzantines? Yeah, but Crackety, dude, that's like... That's a pretty poor representation. No offense to Lemonos. But, okay, let's put it another way. If you're a Marine Lord... I'm going to do this to you now. Yeah, no, we're making it about you. If you're a Marine Lord, we're in a game, and you had Juji, but Marine Lord had... What should we say? What's kind of... Ottomans. Who do you think people would gamble on? I mean, in fairness, beating Marine Lord isn't hard these days. You guys literally heard my daughter earlier on camera say that she could beat him. Beat his ass so hard it's not even funny. Oh, that sounds like a show match that needs to happen. Yeah, so we do have Demo Faith. What do you think? Okay, like I'm curious. Opinions on this. If this was a Tower Victory, would you favor Delhi over Biz here? That's what I'm wondering, because I feel like when we used to see the TOV builds, Delhi looked a lot better in this matchup, maybe? I'm trying to remember. Like, it feels like it's been a long time. It's been basically, what, half a year at least of Dome of Faith? You definitely had a better tempo in Feudal. I feel like the only time we really see Tower Victory now is when people are up against Juji or Chinese. Otherwise, it almost just feels exclusively like this is the way we go. If Baltoon was on Juji, I'd bet on that. True. True, Crackety. Can you, like, maybe have a best of 5 against Baltoon to prove that you are worthy of going 5 games with Marine Lord? It's critical resource gathering, like info gathering. Okay, so Kiljadi, we are getting the stables opening. There isn't a world in which he goes Pro Scouts, right? Right? you're just playing the next S tier tourney. You know what you need to do? You need to enter the midweek musters and then call Marine Lord a coward for not playing them. You have to, you know how Marine Lord, you know what I'm talking about, right? Like how he reacts is you have to call him chicken. And then, like, he squeaks up almost chickeny-like and says that he can beat you all. And all of a sudden he comes along. Reverse psychology. The McFly method. I mean, pretty much. So Gazia coming out versus Horseman. I mean, this is his blocker to Pro Scouts, I guess, while also being able to block Scholars. It's a bit funky, though. So this is longbow timing, right? We're basically getting a little bit of that build that I talked about that you eventually can lead into archers with. Like, for example, if Lemonos now goes Ghazi plus Spearman, Killjadi can just go longbow, archer, and horseman. I mean, gradually you get away from horseman, right? But, like, I feel as if this ends in a 1-1-1-esque build for Killjadi. I don't know, this just feels like a very different approach, right? Because we have seen a lot of people going jabs again, especially since Delhi don't do Tower Victory anymore. So a little bit of insight, guys. Tower Victory destroys Javelin contracting Byzantines. Synod, literally, between top players is ridiculous. That element of the matchup didn't change with Pro Scouts and everything else. Because, like, you're handicapped on the amount of Javelins you can get, right? And Gatling gun archers clear them, like, reasonably well. Because you just zerg. Ghazi, I'm going to be able to just poke at this initially. So it looks like the berries are already getting harassed a little bit. It is going to be javelins. All right, this is very unusual. It's very rare that you see people go horseman jabs. What's the thought process here? Yeah, because like your opponent's going to go racks anyway. So I guess Killjadi is going to add in the racks as well. I mean, you could argue the Camel Riders will have more value against the Ghazi as the game scales, right? But in the meantime, you kind of leave yourself a little bit weaker, no? I guess you could argue that something that at least makes Javelins sometimes feel better than Lombos is they're more present on the map. Lombos always feel scary to walk out of the base with, especially against Ghazi, right? But yeah, this is a little bit funky. I guess Killjadi is just going to try to bypass the age. I mean, in fairness, Lemonos... What is this timing, right? We have got Sanctity in, but we have 0 moves out. So after the bait of game 1, I think Killjadi's baiting him again. He added Horseman, so the assessment by Lemonos is it's not safe to come out of my Scholars. And then the Horsemen haven't gone anywhere near Lemonos' base. Okay, this is... I honestly feel like Killjadi, you know how he's got that very deep, calm, strategic voice, right? I am like to imagine that when he's sitting as a PC at home in moments like this, it's almost like a squiggly, sinister villain laugh, you know? Just maybe add a little bit more Finnish accent onto that laugh. Because game 1 was obviously the Giga bait over the Uvu. We've just got game 2, which is a Giga bait over Stables. This is ridiculous. I mean, he's going to be in Castles before Lemmy's capped all 3 Secret Sites. Like, yeah, I think, you know, I genuinely reckon Killjadi has a secret voice that is basically Skeletor at home. You know, Skeletor! Eh! Just with a slightly Finnish accent? I don't know. Like, have a look at a picture of Killjadi right now. You can almost picture it, to be honest with you. Secretly. He'd never reveal it out in person. Just like he didn't reveal the real intent here. Golden Horn Town now coming in. And Lemonos, well, he full-on nibbled at the bait. He even went back for the archery range. Yeah, this is way too expensive now. Meanwhile, Horseman, they still managed to intercept. And he blocks the east side Sacred Site from getting captured. You've got to be kidding me. Grunty from... There you go. Yes, Grunty from Banjo-Kazooie. He probably has a full witch outfit as well. Wouldn't put it past him. Tech up now in. At this stage, Lemons is in trouble. You could even just imagine a world in which we get some counter spam. Admittedly, there's already spears and Ghazi, so Vrangin might feel a bit safer. Part of me wants to say just actually add in spears. And remember, because he went for the Jav contract, he's also going to have the camels to assist with clearing out the Ghazi. There you go, Vrangin down the way. Just a small group of horsemen, man, and it just unraveled everything in this game. Alright, what do you think, guys? Based on what we've seen here, in the last week, we'll include the previous midweek muster of games. Is Killjadi currently the master beta? Has he proven that he masturbates harder than anyone else in the last and current midweek muster? The duck is proven tricky. I'll give him that, man. Been a while since I've seen Horseman play get that much value just over a small handful. We do now have the Cataphract coming in. Vrangin spam is real. And Lemons needs an age up now. ASAP, in fact. Walls are going up on the flank to at least protect the investment into the sacred sites, but center is going to get decapped. Demonetization, speedrun. Guys, whoa, get your head out of the gutter. He's masterfully baiting people. What were you... Where's the... I don't understand where the confusion is. Where's the miscommunication? You guys doing that thing where you make it weird again? Killjadi got a healthy number of Vrangin out already. Usually you can feel a little bit content as a Delhi player because you have a lot of Ghazi, but that's not the case here. Count just feels non-existent. Kind of curious how this game would have looked if Lemmy had read through the play and seen that Killjadi was kind of lying about the intent. Right, like an early timing on the sacred sites, I generally think could have allowed him to get into age 3. A close to mirrored timing to Killjadi. And then you have to wonder like what the game looks like then, right? Like especially when you go for the Javelin contract, like what? War Elephants is just free real estate, right? Not immediately, but you scale on Lances, you start raiding, then come back for the War Elephants. That's the stage where I was talking about at the start of the game where I think Delhi gets a bit scary for Byzantines. Because you don't like organically often go into crossbows. Not quickly anyway. Oh my god, he's finding some value in return, maybe? I mean, he should get the kill, but look at the health bars. He barely got away with that. The Javelins now show up. That should be all the Ghazi dead. Scout down as well. And the Relic is pretty much home already, so you only slightly delayed this. Kind of tricky, right? Like when you're a Delhi player, you can't really afford to be behind on relics like this. And what is up, Packer? I can afford to receive more subscriptions, though. Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the support. Hi, guys. Every Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. Although there was an exception for this weekly. This weekly's finals should be on Wednesday. It's a very rare thing, but yes, for once, we're going to be live on Wednesday. Having 15 monks when you reach castle feels nice. Reaching castle, not feeling like the game is over also feels nice. Because this feels pretty rough right now, right? Because your opponent has quite the lead on Vrangin. You're thinking crossbows. This is where the Javelin play kind of looks best. This is the moment in the game anyway. Because he's so far ahead of you on the tech up, like you have to react to a crossbow, surely. And the moment you do, you're already counted. It's going to be a hard defense. In theory, Lemons does have the scholars, but right now he's prioritizing the tech upgrades with them. Oh, some of them. Don't know what that guy's doing. Dive coming in though. Javelins even immediately snipe the first crossbowman coming out. This is a hard defense. There's just too many Vrangin. I mean, the Javelins, they're taking out the men-at-arms one by one. The Cataphracts are just tanky enough that they don't care about the mere feudal spearmen. And the upside for Lemons is at least the Javelins are a slow attack speeding unit and overkilling a lot. Everything else is killing just the right speed. New wave of troopers come through. Scholar count going down to less than 5 here. And that means it's going to be a 2-0 victory for the Grandpapa from Finland. Clean opening to the weekly. It means that he's going to be matching up against either Johan or Marcelo. Let me know what you think about that series in this one, and I'll catch you all in the next one. Kiljardi unstoppable. Etta Gigi. Delhi needs a buff? Whoa now. I think after how toxic Delhi has been for a while for a lot of people, there's not, at least in the eyes of a lot of us, a rush to upgrade them per se. Oh, that's interesting. Is that the focus effect? Yeah, you guys seeing that? It'll do it to me too if I go far away. So the camera settings come with an option to do with the focus point. So you can literally turn it off. Oh, sorry, not off, but you can do like this, for example. We can be... So it'll blur what's behind us. Or, like, you can basically... You seen that? So that slightly blurs me now, and then, like, the Facecam Pro box has priority. I don't know if there's an option to switch it off. Would be my other thought. Would be interesting. An interesting thing. Huh. I'll have to explore that a little bit more. We can get back in the game, but feels a bit uphill. Happy to see you still supporting the game. Thank you, mate. Yep, well, I mean, we've got DLC coming, so I guess in some ways it'll get easier with more people coming back and new things to learn. And then maybe harder, depending on how much you grind. But of course we're still here. Of course we're still supporting the game. So, look at the brackets. Let's get ready for some more series. I reckon... Should we have a look at Core versus Ligma? It's quite the name, actually, Ligma. What one do you... Okay, so here's our options. We've got Core versus Ligma, Kaiser Johan versus Marcelo, Mia Micah versus Fluffy, or Myriad versus Sing Fixer. Any preferences? We also do have some series coming up. So we've got Voldy in a few hours. We also have got... Well, oh wait, no, it's for Sunday. Okay, Mahodo Strikers on the weekend. We should have Nimidans in a few hours as well. Avli vs Anavak in a few hours as well. You guys really want Ligma, huh? Okay, let me get the draft. So, Cliffside, Dry Arabia, Frisian. Frisian, Dry Arabia, Cliffside. Then we'll go ahead and adopt the draft. Boom. Yep, not import. We're going to adopt it. I don't know why. Oh, alrighty then. Let's go ahead and open this bad boy up. Wait, Core got given the Juji. Guys, you know the rules. That's cursed. That's an illegal maneuver. You don't let someone do that in a draft. Then again, we did just watch Kiljadi give Juji away and still win. So maybe. Well, game one is gonna be Jean versus Mongols. I used to think this was, like, quite good. I don't say good, but, like, reasonable for Jean. I still think this is maybe kind of like a 50-50 matchup. Because the thing is, Jean hates any Civ that can build into Heavy Cav, right? And, like, this is a Civ that, although it has a weaker form of Heavy Cav, it can definitely get eagerly into them. And we are on a map where you trade. Yeah, actually, the fact we're on a trading map, I mean, what does Ligma do here? Are we going to see him mirror into Chamber of Commerce? All right, let's find out. Ladies and gents, game number 1, round of 32. Winner of this series will be going up against the winner of Avli versus Anavaki, which we'll be covering a little bit later today. Avli Anavaki, I think, should be kind of an entertaining one. I can see that one being a free game series. I think Anavaki is decent in the game. He has some interesting picks as well. Avli is still kind of playing catch up, getting back into the flow of things, I feel like, as well. Doesn't look like Avli has as much time to commit to grinding all the matchups as he used to. Which makes sense, right? Like, Avli's not a full-time pro, right? He's a guy who does have a job. Yeah, we don't have many of those full-time pros. Here's a thought for you. What happens when people like Core start getting beaten by like the Gully Deckles and MSNs because going into school and then coming home playing games versus going to work and then coming home and playing games? 86 wood? I think you overcounted a tiny bit. Like, he's got Wheelbarrow coming in, right? So that kind of makes sense of it, but that could have been about Pro Scouts, to be honest with you. He'll go back to wood shortly, though, right? Because it should be Silver Tree into traders. Meanwhile, a little bit of overgathering from Ligma. And by a little bit, I mean, dear God, man, that is a lot of gold. What happened? Even with manual drop-offs, you get nowhere near balance here. So Ligma, this can kind of make sense with Pro Scouts, but it doesn't with Jean, because Jean doesn't rush Age 2 in a way that French potentially do. You're a little bit slower because you want to get level 2 Jean. So there's definitely an over macro on the gold. Could have started the tech up a lot sooner. Core versus Ligma, match of the century. It's everything you all didn't want, but also did. Like what's the joke? Ligma sheath pipe? Yeah, that's the joke. Yeah, true. I think we're going to be hard stuck to find a more entertaining core series than the Core versus Cat one from last week. Okay, so we'll go for the 2x speed to get in field list. Ligma, he still has 2 on gold. Okay, apparently it's Ligma gold vein here. So, not usually the thing that's veiny that's involved in that joke, but Silver Tree coming on the other side. Definitely the thing you're always looking for is the Mongols here. And that is a heinous amount of sheep. He has 28 sheep. And Ligma only has 12. That joke will never get old. Okay, but isn't that the challenge, right? Is like, you're saying that joke will never get old, but, you know, feel free to share if you want. Put your age in chat, and then realize that, like, maybe the joke will never get old to us because we're all old. Sorry, let me put that the correct. Maybe the joke will never get old to us because we're all old. There you go. Is that better? Would be better if the names were reversed so it was Ligma Core. Maybe game 2. Let's not push our luck too quickly here. Chill. Okay, so we have 50, 36, 47. We don't talk to Gully. Good show impression. But like, you know, this is the thing. The joke might not get old to us because, let's be totally honest, guys, we are kind of old. Core not tower rushing with Mongols is disgusting. I mean, dude, like, you don't need to tower rush in this matchup. If you tower rush, you actually have a better chance of losing because it's Jean, right? So you're just kind of feeding the beast. All you have to do is just trade. Like, and not just trade, dude. He's not even bothering to use the stone for military production. He's just double producing traders. Does come at a premium, right? You don't get the full discount, right? It's not 96 stone, it's 120 stone. So a little bit pricey, but let's go get him online real fast here. You don't like tower rushing JD? I think like JD can actually tower rush you. I actually think on this map, Ligma missed a trick. If he tower rushed the gold, Core would have been in trouble, right? Like Dark Age racks into tower rush is I think it can make sense here because like you wouldn't expect it, so you wouldn't be ready with your own racks. Core wasn't. So if you get that outpost up, it's triple 4 gold. He can't do anything. Right? Like he can't rapidly scale traders like he's currently doing. He can't immediately queue up Magadai like he's doing. See, I think Ligma missed a trick to tower rush here. Dude, is he legitimately just doing mass Magadai? He is, isn't he? So guys, this actually used to be an old school counter to French, believe it or not. Back before they nerfed the movement speed, back before they changed the damage increments. I recommend this. I recommended this as the go-to strat. Is like just trade and build loads of Magadai. Because a French player can't stop you. Right? Like they can't get you, actually, to put it another way. They don't actually have the means to gap close because they basically charge, and what would happen is the charge would run out because you'd activate the Khan maneuver speed arrow, and then they just cut you. Now, it was APM intensive, right? So if you had the APM of a 50-year-old man, like someone in chat does, maybe don't do it. But otherwise, it was just the go-to strat. It's a bit different now. Lower movement speed means that knights can actually gap close you. This is very dangerous against Sean, by the way, because the Magadai are 15 XP each and only have 85 HP. KP so mean. Striker, I'm surprised you were able to hear me without your ear horning. See? Like that. Funny, we're all old here. Why am I mean? Because I highlight that we're all getting on a little bit in age? Like, chill. Don't get aggressive at me. What are you going to do? Send your grandchild after me? Whoa. We are in the age of empires. Right? I'm pretty sure we've got a few people in the crowd that like, I remember when the Byzantine Empire was still expanding. There's no shame in age. Have some fun with it. It's not like I'm young myself. Well, some people are like, that's not old. But I was born in 93. So, yeah. 32 years old. 32 years. Well, soon 32 years old. Lucky my knees are weak as I can't stand for that type of thing. No, don't, dude. My knees actually were feeling buggered recently because obviously, you know, with me breaking my ankle, I've been going around on crutches. But that means like, you know, hopping as well. So like that was a lot of weight just always being on one knee. Age is just a number. That's how you end up in prison. Calm down, mate. He's legitimately just spamming Magadai. The only problem is Ligma, like, this would be fine for him if he had undermesh, but where's the blacksmiths? You were born when Elvis died? Please tell me your name's Presley. This took me for Vlad a while there before. I mean, like this... Okay, actually, yo, that is the pristine example, by the way. Voldemort is like, is it 23, 24? And we call him the kid. I rest my case. You guys know that by the time you're 19 in Rocket League... Actually, 21 definitely. By the time you're 21 in the pro scene of Rocket League, you're considered beyond your prime and should consider retiring. Oh, I still find that so funny. Knights just can't catch up. Yeah, like you just have to blob archers, which he's doing now. The problem is, look at what Core is now. Oh, God's sake. We're now getting the switch into Keshiks. I mean, this is the toxic build with trade, right? Like, this is the type of build that I would say for Mongol people, like, you know, if you want to rank up to Conk, this is probably the build actually probably works a lot more than it ever should. Because when you just spam trade like this is the efficient comp to build. It's very robust, has great maneuverability. Johan is going to go diving in. We'll get a little bit of XP. At this point, Core is just feeding. But then again, so is Ligma. Johan is about to die. I don't think that was enough worth. No. And focusing the traders instead of the Magadai doesn't make it better. That was a very dramatic death. You know what the funniest part was? It wasn't even the guy on top. That was actually the horse. Saw a video where someone made a baby versus UNCS and the UNCS were max 19. Wait, what the hell's a UNCS? Isn't that a Halo thing? A notable member of the Tottenham gang, MPK. Unlimited clothing style? Like, oh, Encore. Okay. I was like, what kind of Zuma crap are you trying to peddle on us? Always going like, check out my affiliate code. Drops it in chat. True. Ligma missed an opportunity to go for the Chamber of Commerce. The jokes we could have had. Oh, he may have yelled, Ligma village is a bit too high. Oh, God. I mean, even if the villagers all survive, look at the economy. Well, folks, I don't think Corey's so under-prepped this week that we're going to see the Diamonders slay him. Sometimes, by the way, I feel like with that trader earlier, where he's like, it almost feels like the guy that done the voice acting piece is like, I'm gonna use this on my reel. This will get me that piece in Succession Season 5. Fudge Magadai? Dude, like, just, it's easy to counter. Do you know, okay, chat, do you know how you counter Magadai? Everyone put your answers in chat. Do you know how you counter Magadai? You build more Magadai. Yep. It's that easy. You and your walls. Okay, so the easiest way to counter Magadai is to not build units. But if you're going to build units, build enough outposts for all your units. Ligma did not build enough outposts. Ligma did not build, or rather erect, enough tall structures to be safe. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. All right. Game 1, not inspire much confidence. Game 2... So, in the kindest way possible, Ligma's draft definitely is a diamond style of drafting, right? Like, if I thought about civs that I think could work really well in diamond, you know, it's like English, French, Jean, Japanese. Ottoman's a bit funky, but historically Ottomans can make sense. There is a player that can draft like this and beat people, though. Do you guys know who that player is? You guys know by now who that player is. The one who could draft Jean, French, Japanese every time and beat people, right? It's me and Micah. So, like, it's not impossible. Me and Micah would draft like this, 100%. Like, no, it's not. No, it's not like B wouldn't go Jean and French, right? Like, not really. In like a best of 3 draft, if you took Ottomans out and put in Juji, like, you have the perfect me and Micah draft. And we've seen he can take games from top players. So, you know, have hope. We've got Japanese versus Rus. I'm not sure how you're meant to have hope. This is a really awkward matchup for Japanese, right? Like, I feel your best hope is to flood Horsemen, just adding in a few Mat Samurai. But that requires a lot of food. Oh. Alright, this is like a very outdated build against Rus. I want to cheer it on and I want to believe in it, but this is the Daimyo Rush Uma Bannerman build, which, you guys remember, players like Anatan was making popular when the Civ first came out. And what is up, Brit Boy? Thank you very much. I'll enjoy that cheeky beer. Appreciate the bits, buddy. Hope you're having a good day. But this build, The problem with it is against any Civ that has to go on gold, has to go out into pocket resources, great, right? You're against the Civ that never has to touch gold throughout a game. Like, Roos can complete a game that goes into mid-game, goes 25 minutes in without ever touching gold. I don't like the Uma Bannerman. I hope Ligma has a different idea with this in mind, like Yuumi and Raid. That could be really cool. Yuumi Bannerman, massing. Potentially you constrict your opponent enough. That also would give you an interception point on the deer. And the reason that can actually be good against Roos is because unlike other pro scout civs, Roos will not build his stables to do pro scouts. So they are not prepped ahead of time to counter Yuumi. They have to take time to counter it. I think these type of games are cool to cover, by the way, because we're able to dissect these type of openings and highlight the mistakes so that the players can learn. Like, I don't know if Ligma watches the channel, but we've done this with other players. Like, I know Hassain, I think he appreciates this anyway. He's always there watching when we go through his, and we kind of break down, okay, I think this is where it went wrong. Like, my big feedback to him on this particular matchup is like, this is literally the worst Civ to do the Uma Bannerman build against. My ultimate Roos counter is English White Tower Rush. Yeah, it's the only thing that can get like deep enough to hit their economy. You mean you don't believe in the Abbasid military wing? Fast feudal ram rush? Clearly you need to experience GUA on the ladder. I mean, they can't get gold from the Golden Gate and the hunting cabins if you ram them all down. So Kurstor House is coming in. I'm kind of glad for that. I don't think Shinobi would have worked for him on this map. There's no value. I rate Shinobi above Kura in most matchups, but in this particular one, like, what are you going to do? Sabotage the hunting cabin? I mean, in fairness, actually, sabotage the hunting cabin would be good. It's good burn damage, right? Like, you would be able to kill hunting cabins at least. But you can see Ligma's plan is to go fast castle, right? It's just to pretend he's not going fast castle by adding in a pony. All right, be honest in chat. How many people have been debated by the Uma Bannerman opening on the ladder? Like, not recently or now. Like, sure, I get it. You guys know how to deal with that now. You like 15,000 IQ geniuses. But when it first came out, or when you first saw it, how badly did it mess you up? Those that haven't experienced it, the whole idea in the Uma Bannerman build, the concept of it was, you got your hands on a feudal Japanese knight, which are really powerful. A tankier one than normal knights, in fact. And then you'd raid. And by raiding, your opponent would then panic react with Spearman to counter you. Well, that's perfect, because now he's built Spearman, he's actually behind you in terms of your tech time, so you just rush Castle Age. It's the same kind of concept as the King for English, forcing investments, and then you just greed. Right? But the difference is, like, with the Bannerman play, you eventually want a Bannerman anyway. So you either stick Uma Bannerman and go Knights if he doesn't build enough spears, or you, in those days at least, switch into Men-at-Arms and Ona Bagisha spam with a Katana Bannerman, which would then also perfectly counter mass spearing. So it kind of just put the player in a position where they're damned if they do, damned if they don't. Because you would either build too many spears and get countered by infantry, or you wouldn't build enough spears and you get countered by mass cav. Okay, now this is officially weird. Okay. He's actually going for it. You 100% enjoy getting roasted on stream? Nice. I hear there's a type of hub where you can get that type of content. Okay, I'm not going to make that joke. We got pro scouts coming in. I think you need a lot more wood. And no, that one wasn't a P-hub joke. You only can get away with the Yuumi play here if you are flooding. Like, I'm talking immediately double archery range. I don't even think the Yuumi's worth it straight away. Because remember, like, that Yuumi, like, his minimum value to begin with, right? Like, who's he buffing? You've just paid the price of, like, what, 2 Yuumi? To get 1 tanky Yuumi. Against 5 scouts. And there's only 1 scout here. And wait, what? Alright, we got problems. So guys, this is the forge you can afford to let die. This is the one that most definitely can't. Yeah, he has to rebuild it, because the only way this play works now is if you get Steeled Arrow. Kind of weird, actually, that Ligma didn't protect the gold, but like reacted and repaired the stone. I guess you could always now go 2TC. No. Core is about to trigger cast stage. What rank is Ligma? Ligma is, I think, relatable for a decent amount of years. Ligma is Diamond. It's Diamond 1. And considering, like, we can't all be conks, right? I imagine there's a lot of people watching. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe, I've just got 90% conk watchers. But I think there's a lot of people that can probably relate to what Ligma is doing right now. And I think that's why Fridays in particular can be cool. Like, we actually get some series which are tight in, like Starflark vs. Gully, on paper where they're similarly ranked. But sometimes you get these type of matchups where it can very much help to dissect what the player done and why the idea didn't work. Maybe Yuumi could have worked here, but the big issue is that he didn't have the gold to prep Steeled Arrow. He went for the Yuumi Bannerman first. I think if your opponent isn't going to have any units, like rushing the Bannerman doesn't make sense. Lash did an interesting bit of content yesterday. He showed me 3 replays and asked me to guess the ranks of the players that were playing. That's interesting. I like those type of ideas. I would love to do that type of thing with like my editor. It's almost like I want my editor to like be able to find some replays, trim them down, and then I talk about them on stream and then we make extra content. I think that's the best way to do those sort of things. So like, I don't know if anyone followed it Dota 2, but you had fails of the week. And with fails of the week, like, they'd have multiple people talking about the replay, but like not everyone on the replay knew what happened, right? So someone was like maybe in the know because they found the clip, the other one wasn't. Or they basically got submitted the fails and no one knew what was going to happen, and then you got the raw reactions. That one was just the comical element. But yes, like the guessing ranks is kind of intriguing. We've leaned into that in the past in subtle ways where like we'll have a game from the round of 32 and then I'll be like, so what rank do you think this guy was, guys? I think my favorite one we done was to expose how flawed the ranked ladder was at one stage, where we watched a Luciferon replay, we watched him win, and then I went, what rank do you think this guy was, guys? And we got all kinds of ranks coming out from Diamond all the way down to like Bronze. I was like, this guy is Silver 2. And we done that particular video to kind of expose the problems with the leaderboard at the time. But like, those type of kind of shock and awe reveals are really cool. It's especially a really unique type of content, because the thing you have to keep in mind in Age of Empires 4, and RTSs in general, RTSs, at least definitely ones that have a slower pace, don't have that grand revelation of shock, oh my god, where did this come from often, right? Like, you listen to it in the way that we talk about AV4. It's like, okay, so now he's going to be able to do this to go into this to go into that. And I'm not even a pro-level player, right? But I can assess the game at that level. Whereas, like, there's other games that go so rapidly, you don't have the time to necessarily see the... see the tree through the forest? Or the other way around? That's definitely interesting. Need to cast a showdown, we'll guess the rank. I mean, like, once again, if we have people that set these things up, I'll happily go over stream. It's something I could definitely talk with my editor, because we just had, I don't know if you guys noticed by the thumbnails, but we basically got someone who's coming in on the YouTube to help Big Pog to that. Maybe it's someone they're interested in, like, compiling together short clips of, and then we come in and guess. But I like this. I want to have more curated content, because, like, one thing I'm becoming quite cognizant of is the fact that because we are live streaming also on Twitch and YouTube, there's a bunch of people that would watch on YouTube before that would watch the uploads that now, like, they've already watched it because they watched the live stream, right? So the goal now with YouTube is to evolve the content type. I love the idea, for example, having highlight reels and clip downs. The challenge right now is finding the time to mark the interesting series and then figure a way to efficiently go back and then get them all edited down. But yeah, you see why the Yuumi play is just kind of pointless here, right? Like, what did he actually achieve with this? At the point where the tree line is being heavily eaten into, you have horse archers now. It's just... This is looking like a grim 2-0. But my advice to Ligma is, like, focus less on the cheesiness of the Uma Bannerman. Think more about the matchup. Try and play the mutation out for the first 10 minutes to make sense of whether Uma Bannerman pays off. Because Uma Bannerman is all about payout at 6 minutes in. And literally, this is the worst civ to try and look for that payout against. So, I assume it wasn't always meant to be Yuumi Bannerman. Maybe it was. Maybe this is his grand answer to Roos horse archers. But then I guess my question is, why not horsemen? Horseman would have done a lot better. When will you show us your AoE 4 skills? We already made our promise. When we start averaging 750 people watching, we're going to do a Road to Conqueror series where we'll invest a day, maybe 2 of the week, into getting our rank up. Going all the way to Conk. People got to tune in, and the stream's got to grow more. And that is the reward. You can backseat me and flame me. My abysmal gameplay. I think Conk 1 will be much easier than anticipating with good game knowledge. I mean, it's kind of like proving it, right? Because I've said in the past that I think if you actually just get a build order and practice it, I think most players are actually capable of Conk. Like I bluntly said, like I could take Japanese to Conk like that, I think. If I just optimize the fast castle mount samurai build. SD watched by 3K? Yeah, but that's not an average across a month, right? That's also... We may have got some new faces that will maybe hang around because we're front page. That's also like disingenuous, right? When we're reliably bringing in 750 people that want to watch the channel, then we're going to evolve the content a bit. Time to prove it, little thing. It's easy. If Johan can do it, I can do it. Yeah, like the Japanese, I think Japanese, realistically, if you just want to rush your rank up, the lower ranks, I think the Mounted Samurai build is the hardest to deal with. Because, like, historically, people struggled the most with, like, French Knights, right? And Mounted Samurais are just, like, a more OP version. So, like, I think if you're a low-rank player and you really desperately want to get Conk, Japan's probably your easiest, like, rank up. Maybe not in the current meta of Pro Scouts, but after it goes away, I think you're back to Japanese best. The thing I do advise to people, though, is to not look for cheap tricks to rank up. You want to be genuine to your rank, right? So, like... This is where good coaching divides from bad coaching. Bad coaches will give you tips and tricks to make it to silver and conk and whatever rank is highest in your game, right? Like, you know, I see it in Rocket League all the time. Terrible coaches that will, like, teach you tricks on how to get the next rank. What they're not doing is setting you up the fundamentals to improve as a player. And that's where you're always going to fail, is because you will get to that conk rank and then you'll get beaten all the time because you don't belong there. To a subathon, 15 rows to conk. Yeah, but so the thing with subathons is I actually hate the fake subathon culture right now. Like, subathons were cool when they first came out, but then we realized that they were getting out of control because, like, long subathons were unhealthy as all hell, right? And then we went through the phase where it's like subathon, but you sleep on stream. I'm kind of like, okay, that's still kind of okay. But now I think the subathon meta has got super cringy, where you just have people going live and going, right, that's it for the subathon. All right, going offline. I'll be on tomorrow when we continue the subathon. Guys, do you realize that that's not a subathon? That is literally just, that's streaming. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know if, like, I'd want to do a proper style, like some sort of cool style of subathon, not just the fake subathons. So I'd have to really think it out. Do it on your own terms. Oh no, like you know, do your content if you want to do it. But, like, I think it is weird that is what subathons become, right? It's kind of like, you know, like, it kind of reminds me of how I describe hummus, where the first time I had hummus was the hardcore hummus, the good stuff, Lebanese hummus. And then I came home and I went to Tesco's and I brought that crappy hummus. And I feel like not every subathon has gone this way, right? The grand ones that are worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, sure, they've got fancy. But, like, the average subathon has basically gone from being this, like, yeah, Lebanese hummus to, hey, look at that, $1 Walmart hummus. Because it's literally just people doing their normal streaming protocol. Which is fine, like, do your stream protocol. It is weird that we call it a subathon. But yeah, at this point, like, Ligma's just stuck, right? He's been trying to blob Yuumi. In theory, mass Yuumi in Castle isn't bad against horse archers. You just need so many of them, and he doesn't have it. Like, this is, by the way, my advice to people who are trying to learn. Don't prematurely GG, but process when you've made such a critical blunder there's no recovery. Right? Because the skill gap is so big between Core and Ligma here. Ligma's fatal errors in the first few minutes are going to ripple into bigger problems down the line. And remember, in this game, there's no tiny pond for Core to build 4 Atakabunes on. Okay, in fairness, that was like the best attack Abune usage I've seen. But still. Dude, the horse archers have been here so long. They're actually killing the farms. Good guy Core is like, I'll give him a chance. I'll fight his Yumi mass with only half my horse archers. Okay, so now we have Ligma building worse horse archers. No, really, like these things cost more. They are worse. And remember, boys' fortitude is a thing. Where are the vills? Here. Doing very questionable pathing. What? Oh, no. Alright, high armor in the way. Core is just doing basically a showcase of the Roost ages at this stage. Yo, Core, why? Yo, what's this pussyfoot and stuff? Where's the Spaskara in the base? Come on. Alright, okay. One's if you think that Core should have been required to Spaskara the base. You're on the way, but didn't want to BM. I don't like, you know, I don't think it's BM as much as just letting you know this game is really, really over, you know? Yeah, admin loss. Sorry, we're gonna have to talk to Tune about this. Ligma will need a poor lad. So guys, if I was losing a game this hard in Ligma's position, do you know what I'd be doing with my time right now? I would just be all chat typing the lyrics to Smash Mouth. Hey now, you're an all-star. No? You gotta keep yourself engaged, you know? When are we gonna get the chat window in observer mode? Is what I want to know. That's what I'm missing. Because I have a feeling like these type of players, they'd be like, okay, this is, if this does appear on stream, this is for the viewers, and there's just random smack talk going on. Because you know what I'd type? I'd be like, you're only winning this because of spawn difference. Just random stuff to be punted. This guy was really nice, so I didn't want to BM. Aww, bless him. Core, did you feel bad killing him? Did he have questions for you at the end of the game? Like, I don't know if this was the right move sort of thing. I love that, actually. We've had a few players that are really helpful. Hassain, who's regularly been going up against B in the first round, has highlighted that B does that a lot, where he can ask him questions and he just responds. Dude, I think we got a lot of people who are willing to help. That's what I love about the scene, man. We're small, so you don't have this celebrityism like you might see in, like, you know, Counter-Strike, for example. Those people are legitimately at the scale where they get treated like real celebrities. So what it does is it dehumanizes the environment. You can't just be that, like, plugged in and, you know, involved. Want chat to show up? Why don't they? Because the way the engine was coded originally. Haven't met a bad sportsman except Core. There you go. So, like, I still remember when I used to watch Snooper in the morning playing games, and he'd get really toxic people. And I was like, you just need to, what you need to do when you get a toxic person, because he'd be like polite and ignore it. I was like, I wouldn't be like that. I would lean into their frustration. I'd milk it. I'd make them more frustrated, because then they become more flustered and make more mistakes. See, I'm a naughty git. I like to think people view me as cheeky, but approachable, maybe nice in commentary mode. When I'm in game, like, I don't just play the game, I try to play the player. It's a very big thing for me. That's why my best friend used to hate when we'd have, like, couch 1v1 games, like they play Call of Duty in a local lobby. Because I wasn't just aiming to, like, I wasn't like, yeah, I'm just going to, like, outshoot in the game. I'd just be randomly smack talking the whole time. Something tells me I should have had, like, more Smash Bros. Sleepovers as a kid. I feel like I would have fit in well, you know? Someone's nice to you, be nice to them as well. Oh, look at that. Good guy, Core. Can that be changed when outside coder helps? I don't think so. I think that's like an exposure thing on their side. The tricky part as well is if we'd done that, we'd need if you can find a mod that does it, it will have uses in the community as well, I'll say. But I don't know if it's even feasible. Because I don't think any reference point to the chat logs gets saved to the replay files. That would be the issue. Alright, guys. So, next set. Have a look at what we've got here. Shall we check on Mr. Johan? Yeah? Shall we check Mr. Johan and his series in which he gave his opponent HRE and Order of the Dragon? Are you insane, man? Actually, he got Roos in return. It was transactional. So, we'll go Frisian, Coastal, and Rocky. Yeah, it's tricky. Like, I do like content arcs where you can have lower ranked people as like a focal point, because like if you do it in the right format, it becomes relatable and people love it. It's challenging in multiple ways, though. I've said before, like I think we collectively as a content consuming community currently are very pro heavy, but the other, as in we watch like build orders, we watch pros, etc. But the other part of it as well is like I remember someone was trying to pitch to me some funding for me to go and host like a low elo tournament, and I said it's not possible, and they were like, what? I was like, I could put a restriction on rank and all you get is people smurfing. So then we have the subjectivity of saying, oh yeah, but that's clearly X player on a smurf, and then banning them, right? Which is a shame, but it makes sense from like a financial perspective. If there's money to be gained, it doesn't matter how small it is. I could put like a $50 league together for low ranking players. I guarantee there'll be a smurf, which is sad. You've casted probably thousands of hours. Have you ever seen anyone garrison a relic inside a Stonewall Tower? No. Is that even... Wait, is that possible for HRE? I don't think I've ever seen anyone do that. Because I feel like if that was known, you'd do it. There's some plays where that can make a lot of sense. I don't know if that's actually possible. The wiki... Okay. That sounds kind of broken. Because the Springle shots from the Stonewall Towers is like longer than standard. The only negative is they're directional, but like realistically, if you, for example, came back to your base and set up a wall there and placed a tower facing this way, you'd basically get the full protection. That's kind of nuts. Did you guys know that Byzantines have a very interesting type of Stonewall Tower? I'm kind of surprised we don't see it more. Like, I'm actually legit surprised that we don't see more Byzantine Stonewall Towers. Because Stonewall Towers are allowed in competitive now. They've been allowed for a while. Okay, so Marcelo here. What rank are we looking at on this particular fella? Is it Marcelo or Marcello? I want to call him Marcello. But he's got germ in the name, which means he's not Italiano. Why is he not showing up on AoE for what? Okay, so this guy does not have a rank in 1v1. That is interesting. He has not played ranked since Season 5. When he did, he was Plat. Okay, that's not too bad. He was Gold, he progressed to Plat, he stopped playing ranked. Let's see what he gets up to and how we can help him. So, opening play-wise, we've got, what, 3 on the gold, but he kept the prelate nearby. This is fine, like, if you want to prioritize food buffing. Slight inefficiency here early on. Remember, prelate can buff up to, I believe it's 9 villages now. So, with that in mind, like, this is inefficient. He only has 7 villages in range. He's missing out on some easy gains in the early game if he just tweaked his build a little bit. The gold is admittedly far away, yes, but, like, the way you balance this is you could just have 2 on gold at this point anyway. You'll actually see it, because at this pacing, he'll probably end up with like 300 gold when he is ready to tech up. Other side, Johan. All right, let's talk about the inefficiencies of this guy. So, for a start, res on Abba? Really? Actually, he's being fought for. I like the red on blue. Oh, for a start, why are we not eating the close berries, Johan? This is very inefficient. Okay. We're being more nitpicky with him. Of course. So remember, guys, we are in Frisian to open each of these series, which means Trade Wing is viable. Very popular, actually, back in the days of the Abbasids. Less powerful now, actually. I'm kind of like stroking my chin on whether Trade Wing is really worth it. Because remember, in the current meta, or the current version, rather, Trade Wing, you no longer get Grand Bazaar. Remember, Grand Bazaar is the one that gives you 25% of a secondary resource compared to your gold. They switched it around a while back. Feudal Trade is just kind of depressing now, because you only get the Armored Caravans. I guess it's great against an HRE player who might spam Horseman at you, but that's kind of it. So we have Mindwork coming in. Did he end up with surplus gold in the end? I think he ended up with a tiny bit, right? Interesting that we've got Mindwork. Okay, so this is an all-piked Horseman spam build, right? Makes a decent amount of sense here. A little bit tricky because against this particular opponent, like what ends up happening is you scale your base damage for them to just get a camel and mass horsemen or mass spears. But the value point is you're going horsemen, your opponent is going to be wide trading the map. Negative is it's only going to be 3 traders to begin with. And also he can actually make use of armored caravans because that's going to give you enough extra armor to offset the full all-pike strategy. Personally, this type of build I prefer for Marcelo if he's going into archery range opening. Likely we're looking at Pro Scouts though, right? With 3 on gold. Wait, no, dude, this is just a fast Castle Burgrave rush. There's no other real reason you'd actually go and outpost the gold like this. Because if you're playing long feudal and pressuring with like archers, horsemen, etc., because of the discounts on Mindwork, with 3 workers on gold, by the time your opponent has any units to harass you with, you'd be able to just go ahead and pull away, have all your techs. So this is 100% castle, right? One thing that's scratching my head about it is this build was kind of refined a little while ago. If you want to do the Mindwork fast castle Burgrave, there's no reason to use 2 villages. You see most players actually just use 1. It's also a lot of wood. Is this a reworked Frisian? No. But with the current meta being so different, Frisian did seem very intriguing to revisit. Okay, so Johan, he has got the trader boys in the way. 58 gold per. No armored caravan? Interesting thing about the Trade Wing, by the way, the 1 point of value that I still give it, it was something that I was very obsessed with back when we used to see the Culture Wing meta that was sliding in for Fast Castle. Trade Wing is better for Fast Castle if your opponent doesn't want to aggro. Because this first trade route, let's round up to 60. That's 180 resources already. Preservation of Knowledge from Culture Wing would cost you 100 resources to then save you 270, right? Oh, sorry, 360. So technically, you're actually saving 260 on the tech alone. This play is already, yeah, and now the return's up to 210 plus. He's already, by doing 2 trades, made more. Right? And he can continue to make more money. So as long as you're against an opponent that you don't think is going to attack you, Trade Wing for greedy tech plays is actually better. And also, because you're getting additional resources, usually the argument for pop on top of it is the savings allow you to get all your eco-techs, but most of the eco-techs are gold heavy, right? So once again, if you're not going to get harassed on trade, you see the value point. Like, it's kind of essential to do something about this, otherwise Johan is in a really good position, and we've got a mass camel build. I'd expect nothing else from the person who created the Brandenburg Space Marines. I feel like ever since I discovered Johan is a Paradox boy, I have to make all these Europa references now. I mean, Archers is the solution to this. Johan is just going to try to skirt it and do a little bit of damage before backing up. This is important because by going for camels, you need to buy time. That doesn't scale quickly. So keeping your opponent contained is good. It also buys him time to consider switching to horseman. But why would we do that? No, Johan watched that Daniskia game last week. He's obsessed. So Marcelo, yeah, we do already have the text. This is a bit early on siege engineering. I don't think you have the breakpoint into the base yet. Rax is a little bit awkward as well. He doesn't actually have a use to it. Building production buildings without needing them is a bit weird sometimes. You can do it as baits, but if you aren't baiting anything, it just feels like wasted resources, right? Like that Rax could have been 2 additional archers. I always feel a little bit weird about mine work timings for archer spam, but it can make sense. It's just, of all the builds available for mine work, it is the one with the thinnest hit point, as in like where it's valuable. And I think he jumped the gun with siege engineering. Men at arms now coming out is also confusing. So, little tip for Marcelo. If your opponent is only going to build camels, just build more archers, right? The problem is, it might be he's expecting a transition, in which case men at arms makes the most sense, because, you know, if your opponent's going to go horseman, you can hold him in place. If you go spearman, camel archers can beat that. There is an argument that spearmen can kite better, so they can be your bastion of defense when the dive comes in hard. And it would be cheaper as well. And Johan is indeed, yeah, going castle. I mean, this should be, what, melee wing? Honestly, you can do whatever he wants here. Eco wing can make a lot of sense as well. Just because long term he's going to need food. He's down to, what, 18 cheap? Camel archers aren't cheap. And now we have the problem. Marcelo can't get more archers through. The plan was a little bit too obvious. This is a weird thing about, like, this map and rushing the linear distance on it, right? You now have to ramp up production to a point where you can be scary when running across. Like, this is what the difference would have been by going for a 3rd archer range instead of a 1 Rax. My favorite pastime is asking Conks to 1v1 me and getting destroyed so I can get better. There you go. I mean, the biggest problem, right, I think, is like... I think we highlighted this before, is when you're against like a high-level player and you start to lose the game, there's a temptation to try and recover it, and you want to respect it, but the problem is if you lose sight and you don't then review the VOD, what you've basically done is you've diluted the learning experience, because the rest of the game is an inefficient blob of nothing to you, right? Like, at this stage in the game, Marcelo's really bad off. Mine work is all about timings, and he doesn't have it. He's behind by 14 eco. He hasn't done any damage. It's like this game at this stage is pretty much done. He didn't achieve enough of the ram rush. What he should have done, and this is like a little tip to Marcelo, a group of archers got through. Johan was incapable of contesting those archers because they were too scary directly, at least in his mind. If that is the thought process, why are you not going for the trade? What does the ram achieve versus hitting the trade? Like, your opponent is openly wearing his economy on his sleeve, and you've let him do it. If you go after these traders, different kind of game. I mean, Johan's still got so much out of this already, but at least when he reaches castle age, he's not getting a crap ton of gold. Then your archer harassment and ram rush onto the gold veins means that Abbas are playing castle with no gold access. Completely different game based on that one decision. Still bad, but there's a route to success. Now, you are just playing catch up, right? And this is, by the way, something that players at the highest level have gotten really good at. You take notes of it. Is when you see your opponent does something, assessing and weighing the value payout and then adjusting accordingly. What we used to see at the pro level even was that, you know, if you went 2TC, oh, well, I'm going to do 2TC too. Yeah, but your TC is going to be like a minute and a half later. Yeah, but I'm going to do it anyway. Okay, so you're now almost 5 villages behind. What you've done is instead of trying to get ahead, you've remained behind. Now, there are situations where that can be viable, where over time you know that your civ is better, right? But at the highest level, a lot of the time what you see instead is, oh, you went 2TC? Okay, well, I've built 10 military units already, but you've built none. So now I'm going to make a ram happen, right? And I'm going to attack you. See how we flipped the narrative? We made your choice punishable, right? Whereas in like this game, Johan got to go trade. Marcelo seemed like he had the right idea of, oh, you're greedy, I'm going to punish that. But then he didn't follow through on the punishment point. He just kind of built it and went, I guess I go into your base. I mean, I think this build could have been recoverable for him if it had just been fast castle Burgrave. Still a bit weird because camels can kind of kite out and kill men-at-arms, but there'd be so many of them they wouldn't be able to contest, right? And then you get the heavy maces timing, which means Johan can't do lances, which is what he wants to do with all this gold. He needs to do it, really, right? Admittedly, he's getting a little bit of food trickle now because he should have, yeah, good old Grand Bazaar coming through. But once again, like with that balance of economy, you're thinking Lancers every day of the week. Does he know this trade? I mean, if Marcelo doesn't, oh my god. Good point, Guts, and thank you for that. So, Marcelo, if you watch this, really big tip. Scout. Scout everything. You are playing an RTS that is designed about the idea of counterplay. It's not as aggressive on counterplay as maybe a game like Age of Myth, where you get multipliers of 8 times damage in some cases. But, you know, when you hover on a unit, Camel's going to do double damage against Cav. You're going to have archers doing double damage against light melee, right? You need to know what your opponent is doing. Now, in fairness against Alba, you can just do this by scouting the trade wing. But I'm pretty sure the only reason he sees that far in is because he tried to go in with a ram. And because he should have seen this trade wing, he should have then been reacting on the flank. So it's possible that Marcelo was like, oh, I already knew what he's doing. But then if that's your counterpoint, well, what was your counterplay? Right? If your counterpoint to the argument is I already knew he was trading, why did we then see you scale more archers, try to still go in? It doesn't add up, right? I don't think he plays this map. That's fair. I would say to people like signing up to these, definitely like render the map at least once, and then you know you're not going to know all the permutations. And I want to be. It's a fair point. We want to be fed to Marcelo. Like Frizzy Marshes is a custom map, right? So you wouldn't have experienced it much. But my recommendation is at least open the map, look at what the spawn has to offer, and then try to paint yourself a game plan. Don't be locked rigidly into that game plan because high-level players will find a way of pulling you off it or making you dance around theirs. But at least have a goal in mind. It felt like this was just a good old HRE feudal rush. It's not to say that those are impossible, but I think with trade being in, it definitely doesn't set you up for success. And also with the amount of sheep you get on this map, it's a little bit more resilient against these classic rushes. Usually outpost rushes do a lot better. And yeah, well, is this the classic HRE as well? It kind of looks like he was trying for Imperial. That isn't going to work. Johan has 17 launches. Oh my god. Well, that's painful to watch. Do you have enough ponies? Tell me you play nomadic civs and countries in Europa Universus without saying you play nomadic ones, where you can just have full cavalry. Good lord. Alright guys, I was wrong. The Raxes were worth it. Oh no. DLC is going to be dope. I hope so. I'm hoping for 2 campaigns, 1 brand new Civ, and 3 to 4 variants. I think that would be solid. It's okay to FF? Yeah, I know, but it's taking the time to process it. All right, so. Whoopsie, not Marcelo. Game 1 for Johan. Let's see where they take us next. He's got a good castle first. I mean, you could at least dream that you're already there, I guess. So Rocky River should be a little bit more sane for him because it's going to be a map that he's played before, right? He actually got a good matchup in some ways. So game 2 is going to be Ottomans versus Delhi. This is actually an Ottoman favored matchup, but it's very hard to play. Even at the pro level, I think it's very difficult to execute. Because like if you slip up once with Otto, it feels like Delhi just roll away now that they've got these Castle Age skilling builds. But Ottomans in Feudal Age, forcing a long play by going into Sipahi, and then if they get ignored, they can just bypass the castle themselves. But if your opponent ignores you, they don't get any relics, they don't get any sacred sites, right? So yeah, Ottomans can work here. It's just all about Sipahi and meta with spears. Who's my favorite Civ? So, pre-release of AoE4, I used to really enjoy HRE. I remember being like, this Regnit's fast castle build is broken. That was before we even had like pros in Avena, right? Then I quite liked the Roos because I was just good at the minigame. But that eventually got tiresome. And then I think I just kind of settled on French because like I think French is... I like aggressive play and also I have the micro to leverage knights well, right? My macro is probably the weaker element of my game. My micro is fine. So like French was really nice for that. I think Japanese I had a lot of fun with. If you guys remember when the expansion came out, we played some games on the ladder. We actually didn't lose a single one, by the way, and we were having a ball with Japanese. AoE2 campaigns are better, way better even than Sultan's. I'm not sure about Sultan's. I think Sultan's matches up to some of those campaigns. I am honestly of the opinion that I think AoE2 has weaker campaigns than some other RTSs, though. I think, like, if you were to put a foot forward in the Age of ecosystem for best campaigns, to line up against Red Alert 2, and Dawn of War, and Warcraft, Age of Mythology would be your champion to Herald to stand a chance of slaying any of those. It's not even close. In fact, I don't know, you know what's kind of underrated? It's technically an Age of game because it's basically skinned differently, but it plays like one. Star Wars Galactic Battlegrounds. I quite enjoyed those campaigns. And I do not have AoE 4 on PS5. Wait, because they're bringing AoE 2. I think they're bringing Myth as well, but I don't think they're bringing 4 to PS5, right? You buy AOM 2 just to play a brand new 50-30 mission campaign? Exactly. I stand by this, man. Like, next step in the iteration is Age of Myth 2. I know they got this expansion coming. Great. I just hope they haven't got like a 4 or 5 year plan for Age of Myth on expansions. Or if they do, I damn well hope Age of Myth 2 is getting developed alongside it. Best campaigns were Red Alert 2 for the movie quality. Yeah, dude. Like, movie quality cinematics, which is quite hilarious with the grainy style. But you know what it kind of reminds me of is like, what's that film where New York is a prison? I haven't watched it, but I was watching one of those recaps of it. I watched a few minutes of like, oh, I should actually watch this movie. It was like 1982, right? It was Escape from New York. I don't know, probably a sin. I haven't watched it. Like, dude, I was born in 93, 1981. Give me a break. I know it's meant to be like a classico. But it's always like, when I watch movies from that time period, because I've watched like some of the classic Jean-Claude Van Damme movies, one of my favorite actors when I was a kid. The cinematic style of Red Alert 2 kind of hit those futuristic, alternate, like world outcomes really well, really, really well, in a way that no other game ever has. Right? Sometimes I said this the other day, and I really stand by it. I think sometimes games take themselves too seriously. Red Alert 2 didn't take itself seriously, but it still made for a damn incredible story. Like, things that needed to make sense made sense, and then you just had insanity. More games need to not make sense. Stand by this statement. Now, admittedly, we're saying this while watching a historical RTS. It's a bit different for them, but there's plenty of games that aren't historically based that should be doing different things. Like, you know what? I would really dig a well-done game set in the Man in the High Castle world. Because we've had, like, some Germany's in World War II type games. Like actually, that's a perfect example. Wolfenstein, right? I still need to finish Wolfenstein 2. But spoiler alert, like, some of the things, like the decapitation, I'm like, what the hell? It's so absurd. And that's what makes it so good. You know what would be cool, though, is if we actually got some AoE 4 cutscenes. I don't think we're going to get it, but I would love to see them do, like, even if it's in-game rendering, just going down the ground. I think some developers get shy because they're like, oh, man, our assets look like crap. Really close up. And by the way, that's not me insulting AoE. That is legitimately just RTS logic. There is no point in us making this graphically comparative to an FPS experience because this is as close as we can get in an RTS, right? And it does look good this close, right? But if we went in and zoomed on the face, you'd be like super low polygon. And I think a lot of RTS developers get shy because of that, right? Dawn of War 1 is still made so much better of an experience because of the cinematic elements where you have the guys talking to each other. Yeah, the graphics look like crap, but I still go back and play it for the story. So, we do have tech ups on the way, by the way. Sultani Trade Network is coming in really late, actually. What happened? So, Marcelo, little breakdown of like the biggest issue here. Sorry, I was like semi-paying attention because I was having fun talking about the subjects. It's very clear what happened. Your macro needs to be adjusted. Military school's fine. I don't think it's that great against Delhi, but it can be fine. But there's a very big issue. Also, a little tip, Marcelo, if you're watching this, double-click, select your sheep, drag-click them for formation next to the TC, and they'll walk closer. You've got a lot of loose gathering going on here, mate. Which, without wheelbarrow, hurts even more. Yeah, like, the biggest obvious thing here, Marcelo, is, like, I'd recommend just opening up a few games and, like, just maybe against a bot, practicing your feudal optimization. Because we've got 4 on gold here, man. I mean, you could argue this is now Castle Age play, but even then, it's not an efficient Castle Age timing, right? Because you've built 5 on the Sultani Trade Network, which is already a lot. And you could have had this sooner, which also would have generated more resources. So, yeah, this is looking pretty grim. A way that you can play this matchup, by the way, if you optimize your field timing, is you don't even necessarily need the military school. Maybe you can get away with it, but the play isn't more military schools, it's stables. Your production is way too slow. Like, you've basically chosen to be the Flash versus, I don't know, some sort of cringy hero that's a turtle, right? Because you've got double production speed coming out from Delhi, and now you've got, like, 1/3 production speed coming out from Ottomans. And he's not even building into the thing he should, which is Sipahi. It's like, here, you're meant to go into stables opening, and you build the Sipahi to mirror Kaiser Johan. Because Sipahi can actually beat raiders. And then over time, you can get the Imam point to heal them. You also, in the meantime, then want to add in a meta, which will give you the melee armor, which means Ghazi do no damage. And at that stage, you should be able to win the initial fights with a few spearmen. If your opponent switched archers, Sipahi are perfect. So yeah, for Ottomans, for those who want to learn this matchup and how you can actually beat Delhi, it's all about the Sipahi. The Sipahi need to dominate the feudal age, and then you can either aim to end the game there or go castle. In most matchups in Age of Empires 4, it is just natural to end the game by going castle. I think that's maybe one of the flaws we have in AoE4 right now, is that you can build a very big lead, but then it feels too easy to toss it away diving in feudal. So most games, like when you build a lead, you go castle. And yes, anyone can play in this tournament. So Marcelo, we said, is a platinum level player. So on Fridays, we're in the round of 32. What we usually end up with is a mixture of educational series for people. Like, you guys could literally be playing right now. We could be VOD reviewing you. Which, to get this type of like coaching elsewhere, you basically have to pay people. We're doing it for free. So feel free to drop a sub. Thank you. But the mixture is sometimes we get the pro matchups, like we had Gully Deckle and Starflark to start the day. We're going to have Avali versus Anavaku later, which should be close. And then you've got these ones, which is more like, hey, let's help teach this guy a little bit. So his panic, knee-jerk, like teching. In some ways, going 20 on this may seem overkill, but the thing that can make sense of it is he's using military schools already, so it's at least going to ramp the production faster. But this looks grim, right? Like, we're talking about triple sacred site already captured. It's going to be 5 relic pull. Like, this is another thing. You can't really just stay in your base. Another reason why you go Sipahi here as Ottomans is you can be present. You block key objectives. You stop Delhi from getting sacred sites. You stop them from getting 5 relics. Because now in Castle Age, like, Marcelo has no value here. There's nothing for him, right? All relics are being yoinked off the map. All sacred sites are locked. This game's pretty done. You get punished for not being able to play 7 or 8 civs. I mean, sure, but like every person has to go through that, learning to diversify, right? Get embarrassed on the fastest growing AoE channel? Whoa, whoa, whoa. I don't know if I'm the fastest growing AoE channel. I mean, recently, I guess. Historically, it was quite the long path there. But yes, you can, Sockton. Why are you not signing up? Play now. Am I good at AoE 4? I mean, last time we played, we didn't lose a single game. Admittedly, I think we're going up to like plat/diamond level players. I don't really play the game per se. I spend a lot of time watching replays. So in my downtime, instead of playing the game, I'll be like catching up on other games, trying new things. But yeah, like, so we basically have made a promise that if we hit 750 average, we'll start playing the game. We'll have a day where we'll play the game. We'll go for high rank. So yeah, share it around, let people know if you enjoy the channel and if you really want to see that, because we have to reach 750 average viewers for that to happen. Catching up on other games. What games do you play? Oh, mate, the list is long. Right now, I'm actually going through Halo Wars Definitive Edition. Because I was like, oh, I want to... I'm almost up to date. I missed out on Halo Guardians because I never... Like, you know, it's not on PC. I was going to play Halo Infinite. But I was like, oh, apparently Halo Wars happens before. So I'm like, Halo Wars 1, going to do Halo Wars 2. I'm going to play Halo Infinite. Outside that, at some point, I'm going to start spinning up Cyberpunk. Because, of course, we've got this amazing PC. This full AMD PC that's good enough to run Cyberpunk at peak quality. I need to plug in... I need to get a new controller, actually. I need to find a brand that wants to send me one. Because I want to play Ninja Gaiden 2. Because I got my Xbox Game Pass, right? So there's a lot of games on there. I just started Bolt Gun. If you're a Warhammer 40k fan and you like old school Doom type games, you should check out Bolt Gun. It is incredible. I wish the difficulty ramp was a bit faster, but outside that. And then, yeah, like, me and Emma are probably going to be looking to play some No Man's Sky together at some point. Because she's now got, like, my old PC. But, yeah, there's loads of games over time that I play. I haven't really had as much time for Dota 2 these days, which is kind of sad. But I have got a code for Kingdom Come Deliverance, so we will look to check that out at some point. And then there's Marvel Rivals. And what is up, Bone Crusher Will? Thank you much for the Prime sub, mate. Appreciate that. Bone Crusher Will's a smart lad. He's like, wait, I've got this free sub that can allow me to get cool emotes and avoid ads. Love it. But yeah, Total War Warhammer 3. Been playing a lot of that. Space Marines 2, we've been playing the crap out of over Christmas. A little bit of Age of Darkness here and there. Really cool game. I like that it's called Super Fantasy Kingdom, actually. That should be coming out soon. I might actually do a stream of that when it releases. It's a pretty chill but fun game. And then, yeah, just like scouring loads of different things, right? At some point, I need to pick up the new Dynasty Warriors. I've got Metro Exodus that I need to play through now that I've got like a graphics card that's capable of doing maximum detail ray tracing. I'm a very big fan of Metro. So, Metro 1 and Metro Last Light, love those games. Tried Bolt Gun, it didn't catch me and felt super slow. And then it suddenly felt impossible. Yeah, I think maybe difficulty pacing is a bit weird. I'm not sure, but like they're aiming for a hardcore audience to like maybe love that kind of randomness in the early days. And what is up, Sponge? Thank you very much for the Prime sub, mate. Look at that. We've got loads of smart peak gamers today. And we've got a choo-choo sub-train right now. Thank you, thank you. Welcome, one and all. Remember, by the way, guys, you do need to use the Prime subs every month. They don't auto-renew. So your free sub, you have to manually use it. If you don't have to worry about that, feel free to drop standard type of sub. But just a reminder, because I know a lot of people are like, oh, why am I not subbed anymore? It doesn't automatically do it. And yeah, we have Fast Imp coming out, Johan. So like, not much has really happened for Marcelo. He did build into the Janissaries. I think that actually might have been the Vizier point, actually, by the looks of it. Which usually you should only do if you're in desperation. I don't know if I'd say he was in desperation. I guess he had to due to the Sacred Site. But there wasn't a reason, right? Like, your opponent had 5 Lancers. Good news is your gun should beat the Elephant Gun here, but still. Oof. Freebie dive in. Johan. Kind of just picking him apart right now. This game is over, so like we're having fun talking about other things. I think we kind of already hit on the things for Marcelo that he needs to improve. You gotta play Lubu in Age of Mythology, seems OP. Haven't looked at his details yet. I never actually played the expansion for Age of Myth, because this is like a redoing of the expansion, right? It's gonna be different than last time, but it's partially the same as the previous definitive edition, right? The extended edition. So I never actually played the previous version of the Chinese gods. I do need to play some more Total War. I need to actually like pick up a key for Three Kingdoms, actually, now that I think about it. I do love the Romance of Three Kingdoms. Yeah, this is... At this stage, Marcelo, there's no shame in GGing, but this game is really it for now. Johan used to underestimate Delhi Imp and lost a game to game 3 to Mass Elephant's army and Mangoes. I heard that Numidan used to underestimate the power of Delhi Elephants and then lost a Rush Imp game against a Castle Age Delhi player with just elephants and sprinkles. That one was more impressive. True, you could sign up and subscribe to the channel for a year in advance. That is also an option. Smart lad. Versus Cat? Yeah, if you guys haven't seen it, the Cat vs Numidan game. I can't remember the exact title, but the thumbnail is like, it shows elephants and sprinkles. Insane. Insane game. Easily one of the games of the year so far. But yeah, fair point as well. Like, the village has been left here without protection, Marcelo. Maybe just an outpost. If you're going to put that many villages out there, it's kind of worth it. But once again, like these are issues that... The lesson there is, in general, when you're behind in the game, you need to take defensive actions for your villagers. You want to take risks, but also be reasonable. We didn't believe Numidan would lose that game until he tabbed out. Yeah, because he kind of... I think he panicked in some degrees to the play. He really didn't want to give over part of his base, right? And by not giving over part of his base, he was so slowly losing the game. And then it, like, put him in an impossible position. Right? Like, I think that was like a classic example where, like, sometimes you can win more by not panicking. Right? By not immediately addressing a concern. Season's over on the 12th next week. Where are the patch notes? Right? So, like, a little bit of insight. That's why we are having grand finals this week on the 12th. Is because this has me a little bit sus. I'm like, well, we should have a clear date. Just in case we're going to keep that day clear. Because for those who don't know, we always do finals on Thursdays so far. But to play it safe, we're going to do it on Wednesday this time. For a one-off. And then it'll be back to grand finals every Thursday. Wait, did I misread as well? I thought the season's over next week. Am I an idiot? I mean, it's entirely possible, yes. I could be a Muppet. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it ends on the 12th for this month. I don't know. Alright, dude. I think Marcelo, this is the classic. Look, I've been here for 20 minutes. Give me my big fight. Johan is playing it overly safe at this stage. He's almost like, why is this guy not GGing out? What is this psychopath up to? Johan? I'm going to Mortal Kombat this for you. Finish him! Finish him! You guys seen that? I think it's Dorkly done. It's like, finish him! He's like, I don't know about that, guys. Finish him! And he just kept going, I don't like this. Finish him! Finish him! Finish him! Finish him! Alright! And he just like slays the guy. Then there's the other one where it's Johnny. He's like, finish him! And he's like, get down on his knees. And like, whoa, bro, not like that. Here we go. Finish him. Fatality. I'm gonna... There we go. Commiserations, Marcelo. Hopefully there was some education lessons in there for you. You can take the lessons forward to your next games. Maybe sign up again. Who knows? Next week, you could get your revenge. We are only in week 13. We have got over 10 plus more of these. You could build it like a narrative, a beautiful story of skill development. You could be the one responsible for making Johan retire from Age of Empires 4. It's all possible. The orcs are gone. Oh, the seasonal event's over next week. Okay. But like, I think we were still right in that regard, that we saw something was technically over next week. And just to be safe with the possibility of like a patch or something, we just didn't want to risk it. Versus like having a patch that could make playing and scheduling the games impossible. These are just for fun matches? No, spirits. This is part of the midweek muster. !KPMM will give you the details on it. We've basically been hosting an esports circuit 30 weeks, every week, a new bracket. This is this week's bracket. In fact, we were a few players short. We were 2 players short of a full bracket. So, reminder to people to sign up. You could easily participate, get a game up against a top-level player, and they're usually quite happy to give you feedback on what you could improve on in those games as well. So, it's almost like a free coaching session while getting to potentially beat a pro. And yes, !Discord. I recommend everyone joins the Discord. It's free to do. And it makes sure that you guys keep up to date. Also, giveaway. We do have a giveaway going on right now that is going to be running through February. We're going to be giving away this microphone from Shure. So, yeah, we're getting like all the high-end equipment. So, like all of our video, lighting, and soundproofing is coming from Elgato. And then for our microphone side, we've got Shure. So this is the MV6 USB gaming microphone. It's actually great for people who don't want to have to go through the hassle of XLR formats, which are the ones with the 3-pin, big, chunky, circular plugs. That requires a lot more money to get a setup. This is just plug and play straight away. And the sound quality in these has been phenomenal. I heard a few streamers that have been using them. I was like, bloody hell, that's actually pretty good. USB microphones are usually kind of hit or miss. So, end of the giveaway. Someone will win this for free. All you have to do, follow, like, and retweet the post that's linked in the giveaway command. Sure, you explain this, but how does seeding work? Does past performance in the previous weeks affect it? So the only part that gets affected by previous week's seeding is first place will get top seed. But then seeding is based on a combination. So it'll be ladder rank and then tournament rank, as in your tournament elo, and then ladder rank, tournament rank for every 2, I believe it is. In terms of qualifying phase, if you make it to the top 16, you are automatically given an invite back for the next week if you choose to accept it. Otherwise, an additional slot will open up, another person will be invited. But every week, 16 players are booted. So the ones that go in round of 32 don't auto qualify through. And then what we do is we invite 8 people based on the ladder ranking and 8 players based on the tournament elo ranking. So a nice balance between like allowing top level players to come and go with reasonable flex, but then also allowing upcomers to get in as well. I thought seeing was when a mummy and daddy love it. There we go. I know it's coming. Oh, yes, when a mummy and daddy love each other very much, they get a garden together and they grow pumpkins. That's the type of seeding you're talking about, right? So, what I'm talking about, though, is some tourney series, baby. Let's have a look, because I think we might have one coming up very soon. So, Voldemar versus Rivtools in less than an hour. We've got Mia Micah versus Fluffy. You guys want to see that, or do you want to see Dimmu versus Hassain? I know a lot of you came from Dimmu, so you probably saw that already. You always seed first. Not in my tournament, you don't. But I see we're going. Ones if you want Hassain versus Dimmu. 2s if you want Mia Micah versus Fluffy. Total War tourney or Total War campaign? Wait, what do you mean? Do the 2s have it? It's pretty tight. I think the 2s have it by 1. Oh, wait. Ooh. 1s might have just snatched it at the end there. Alright, it's literally neck and neck. I always hate these when it turns into a tiebreaker. So we're playing Total War 3. No, I said I need to play through some... I need to get Total War 3 Kingdoms at some point because I don't have it. 1, okay. Let's go ahead and we'll check in on Dimu versus Hassain. Coastal Cliffs Pigeons view. There we go. Fantastic. Total War 3 Kingdoms is awesome. Yeah, I've heard like it has probably the best depth for political diplomacy system that's ever been done in Total War, which is intriguing. That definitely sparked my intrigue. And the setting, like, it's interesting because it's kind of a hybrid mishmash of like classic Total War games and Warhammer, right? Because you have the hero, the heroes that are basically, you know, more comparative to the Warhammer ones, not fully, but more. Where is Hassain? There he is. Does Diplo work? Yeah, there's Diplo in the game. Quite a lot of it, to my understanding. The only thing I remember I sampled a little bit. I can't remember. I think it was originally an Xbox Game Pass, but obviously the deal that CA had, that Sega had with Microsoft, just kind of ran out, so they didn't do it anymore. But I remember when I played it a little bit. The only thing that I found a bit annoying, I only played like a few turns, but the opening of figuring out the family dynamics, because it's very deep. It was like a lot for the first few turns, if that makes sense. So it was kind of like, oh, this is a lot to digest straight away. Okay, so game 1, Dimu versus Hassain. It's going to be French-Chinese. Interesting matchup, actually. If you can force a long feudal, French is very good. I'd actually say they're favored. Usually for China, your goal is to try to get the castle a bit quicker. Because if it turns into mass Yuganu, mass knights wins. Diplodocus. Wait, what? Bless you, Executate. Yeah, like, has Civ 7 come out? Civ 7 is out now. I don't know if people would be interested in watching Civ. I think we talked about this the other day, that I don't know if it's really a game that people are eagerly compelled to watch. Oh, it comes out in a few days, right? But, like, content creators have been getting codes early. I could probably get access. Not watch, but I'll play it. Yeah, I don't know if it's really a game that compels people to watch, per se. I've said that before about it. Maybe like for an hour, but I think most people are like, okay, I want to try this myself, or I'm kind of done with it. Kingdom Come 2? Yeah, Kingdom Come 2 is out. I'm just trying to be thoughtful of like what people would want to watch, and switching to Kingdom Come 2 as an RTS streamer for a stream or two, I feel like most people would be like, oh, pass. So I'm just trying to think of like what strategy games are coming is the key way to start things, you know? Okay, so Dimu, he actually went for an Imperial Official opening, so he didn't do the no IO build. Interesting. And look at it, I love this from Hassain. So Hassain, like, he's capable, right? He's actually been conk ranked before. I think he's currently diamond. Goes for the mill play. This is really smart from French. It's a cheap mill to build. It's only 25 wood. Give you a great accelerant towards age 2. Civ 7 is much more viewable than previous. Still not great for viewership. Yeah, I think the style of game, like, there's some games that people enjoy watching, and there's some that are like paint drying type logic, you know? Not enough people sign up that Hassain got. Whoa! Don't do Hassain like that. He actually has been able to qualify in weeks even when we've had a full 32. Like I said, he was previously conk. But yeah, we actually were too short of a full sign-up list this week. So Anatan and Wham are already in the round of 32. Round of 16, rather. We have Chamber of Commerce. Okay, so this could still spam. This could still turn into mass spam of knights versus mass Yuganu, but like a very different approach, right? Where you basically have to scale the trade first. Does leave you a little bit vulnerable, because what Dimu could do now is potentially pro scouts with horseman spam to try and shut the trade. Doesn't feel great to do. Normally, we just want to look to spears instead, just because you are up against the French. Sheep count is looking pretty damn good, though. 25 compared to 20. That's to be expected, by the way. So both these civs have their own edge when you play on Frisian. For the French, they already know the orientation of the map because they can see the trade post by default. So they know where the trade is. They know where their opponent is. For Dumu, he has to scout because his opponent could either be on the east corner or the west corner. But the advantage for Dumu in return is that his scout sees more. Right? Vision is better due to Tang Dynasty. Needs goal free player could get in. Yes, user goal free player could have got in. And yes, I know it seems like a lot of sheep, but remember, there's a lot of sheep on Frisian. It's one of the unique details. I don't know if many of you remember Adney at this point. It's been so long, but that man, he designed a decent amount of maps, some really good ones. One consistent thing, one easy way of always identifying an Adney map, did it have about 40 plus sheep on it? If so, it probably belonged to Adney. Lad was maybe overly obsessed with sheep, actually. Tech-up's coming in. Are we just getting fast castle from Dimu? No, this is Barbican, right? Interesting. I wonder if you do this. It does lock him in position really nicely. Unless... Wait, where did gold just go? Okay, there we go. So you got extra tax man. He also bought into something else. Because he had 230, right? Oh, he's going textiles. That is very intriguing. I mean, it's smart, right? Against French, there's a high expectation you could easily just lose one villager. If you lose one villager, textiles is worth it. However, this early on, like, Barbican just feels better, no? Johan. You know what? I resisted the temptation to make like a Welsh joke reference. And here he comes. You as well, son. Jeez. No, funnily enough, he's Dutch. I don't know if they really... Do Dutch people have many sheep? Obviously they do. They're probably very good swimmers for that country. Now I know why he didn't use the Barbican. Oh my god, he's gonna block the trade, right? I don't know if you can get deep enough. Against French Knights, that's way too risky. I mean, then again, he's got 12 villages with textiles. I can't believe this. He's going for the gold. Oh, Dimu. How can I forget the classic Chinese Barbican rush on Frisian? Knight's on his way back there. The scout did delay his arrival by blocking the charge in. Dimu's probably going to lose, like, what, 3 villages for this? Could be more. No. Hassain, why are you backing away? Leave the knight to kill. Okay, so it's going to be 3 worker kills. Barbican is online, though. So Dimu is going to look to snatch away the gold, the fish, all of it. And by the way, this is not like Dimu bullying or being rude against a lower rank player. This is a strategy that we've watched pros do against other pros. It is insanely ballsy to do it against French without Spearman. But it is a play we've seen quite frequently. In fact, Puppy Paw kind of became infamous for this particular play with his Chinese on this map. And Hassain, this is kind of rough, man. Building into horsemen. I mean, in fairness, right, it's not like your opponent can have knights, but this feels a bit rough. Good news is, like, Chamber of Commerce is a bit weird on the scaler point. It's not as brutal when you get shot off as, like, a Silver Tree play. But this is still pretty rough. And yes, we are catching this series after it happened live. We asked chat which one they wanted to watch. And the majority said they wanted to watch the Dimu set. So we're giving it a cheeky little ganders. The stone play coming in from Dimu now. Is this going to be 2 TC behind us? Quite greedy. Might just be for the hand cannon slits. I'm thinking Dimu is going to turn this into an outpost rush. This is usually how Chinese just dominates this map. China is like one of the top 3 best civs on this map by far. Now we have to remember Ben done something kind of similar in the Chinese mirror, if you guys remember, against a high-ranking player. I can't remember his name. Wait, was it Starflark he done it to on Himayama? I think I have that replay. I need to find it and upload it. That game was brilliant. That was freaking hilarious. I hope I might delete it. Oh no, I think I deleted it. I hate myself if I deleted it. It was so good. Damn it, I think I deleted it. I'm looking back for the video recordings now. Surely not. It was such a funny game. Look, I'll leave... Damn it. I'm heartbroken. And yeah, Dimu fully rebranded. I never talked to him about the specifics. I could imagine why, slightly from a branding perspective. Some brands are very particular. Like, technically, I guess my channel being named Killer could be a problem for some brands, right? You'd be surprised. There's been some brands that didn't want to get involved in, like, Counter-Strike because, you know, people shoot people. Also, no, my favorite one is, like, we don't want to get involved in this scene because it has terrorists. You play as terrorists. But then they're very happy to sponsor, like, Mortal Kombat. Right? So very polarizing. But, you know, the other thing as well is genuinely, I'm not surprised that there might have been some flack there. Legitimately, I remember I uploaded, like, this is well over a year ago. I uploaded a game that had the Muslim in the title. And it had some reference. And there was some silly little pleb in the comments threatening to get my channel banned for insulting Muslim people or something like that. And I was like, it's literally the player's name. Maybe read. But yeah. Like, you'd be surprised how names can kind of mess with things. Did Christian get the same reaction? I don't know. I mean, in some ways, yes, it's still political. It's still political. Like, religion has become political, right? Like, in a way, it's political by terminology. And yeah, like, I'm not going deeper than that. Like, I'm basically just highlighting that, like, names do matter to brands. What you call yourself will have an effect on things. Religion's always been political? Yeah, like it literally drove some countries' entire systems for generations. But what I mean is, like, when you use the term "we're not getting political," usually when people think political, they just think of, like, government politics. They don't think of, like, oh, yeah, all these other different things. Focus on the game a little bit, though. We do have a switch up from Hassain. This is pretty cool. He walked out into the corner and built a marketplace. That's really smart. Right, because the idea behind Dimu's play is he's wedged in, right? Like, he can't actually trade to Dimu's corner either. So it's a very, very sly move by Hassain to still scale economy on the opposite corner, and he's also still fishing down here as well. Rough game, but definitely not one where he's just done. Dimu is playing greedy because he's assumed the game is over, which is understandable. From his POV, Hassain shouldn't be able to do anything. He can't gather gold, he can't trade, he can't get food. We can see that Hassain done a great job of shifting villages out of the base before full containment protocol was activated. should force everyone to use Xbox name generator from birth. Nah, dude. I think everyone needs to go back to the goated XXX names, you know? Like, I have a MMO accounts. I used to call them like XX Dazer XX. Dazer, because that's how like I used to spell Dazzle. Obviously, a couple of traders on food. Right now, he doesn't need it. He needs gold, right? Like, this is his only, like, reliable source gold. And here. And this has just been scoured. This is rough. So, Dumu knows about 2 of the 3 eco variables outside the base. But we have a sick play from Hassain. Check this. Quadra Ram. And he does it before Dumu's able to scale mass spears. At this stage, Dumu's like, how have you got so many knights? He definitely caught him off guard there. Non-native English speakers probably misunderstood name. Yeah, exactly. But like this is a classic where, I mean, the most obvious one I can give you guys is like, we've mentioned it before. There's a term that British people use for a cigarette that is derogatory towards gay people. And like, if those type of terms exist, for sure, there are misunderstandings about other terms, etc. in the world. I don't even know where as a British person, I don't even know where the origins of that word came from, to be honest, for cigarettes. I don't know if there was a brand called it, maybe. But this is sick, man. I mean, he's cleared the way. The problem is he's not out of the woods yet, right? Dumu is missing an army in entirety. However, look at this. He's going Castle Age, and he's getting a keep drop to protect himself. XXX Bacon Lover? Dude, okay, so I maintain the coolest name. Like, I still want to see it like a FPS, like a classic one, like Call of Duty or Halo. There really needs to be a player just called Big Nugs. What does it even mean? Like, maybe Big Nuggets? Who cares what it means? Big Nugs is a name that brings an air of confidence and power about it, right? Like there's a player in Call of Duty who kind of has this like effect with his name now, where they've like shortened it to Big O. I forget his name actually. It's been a while since I've been deep into Call of Duty. Because he's a big lad, right? So they just kind of like shrunk him down to a single letter. Origin of the word has to do with the loose branches you would collect to start fires. Wait, no, but like, I mean, as a replacement term for cigarettes. Is that still the reference point? I don't know. All right, so Hassain really needs to attack here. It's tricky though with the keep drop option. You know, your opponent's kind of protected. In fact, Dumu, he didn't invest into a keep. Oh wait, no, sorry, I'm an idiot. He did. It's down here. I'm blind. Okay, yeah, so it's just he's gathering enough stone for another castle. So if you get one up here and then you short wall the west side, your opponent can't get in. Which means he gets away with a granary transition off 2TC. Hassain, he needs to age up. It's going to be Guildhall. Interesting choice. I can kind of see where he's coming from. Double keep makes it hard to get enough knights to dive quick enough. Instead, what he should do now is just priority relic gathering. Dumu's already targeting himself, but with his playstyle in this game, what he's chosen to do, he shouldn't be able to get more than maybe 1, maximum 2 relics. Dumu army is too big. He has 2 Nesta bees! What are we meant to do? And yes, traders are repped in the count. He has 15 traders, but they are worth their weight, right? He's trading basically maximum distance here. What's the weirdest word you guys have discovered in life? Where you're like, wait, that's actually a word? That's a thing. Or like, actually, better one. What's the weirdest word that you kind of want to find ways of using? This one was too weird. One that I think is usable, but it feels weird when you use it is juxtaposition. I love the word juxtaposition. But it almost feels like you need to be part of a writer, like a reader's club to make use of it. So juxtaposition, for those who don't know, the whole idea is like when you have things that are close together, but they contrast. You know, like basically, you can use it in a kind of writing term if like the story has absurd levels of juxtaposition. One moment we are watching a guy knitting, the next we're watching a guy in the middle of a rack, right? Like actually, that's a perfect example. There are like, you know, veteran scenes in movies, etc., that do that, where the guy's doing something normal, and then all of a sudden he's in the middle of like hellscape. That would be in movies juxtaposition. Like, you know, in Call of Duty, when you're in the conference room and you're talking about the next mission, then all of a sudden you're climbing a giant mountain. Not sure about the origin of the word. So juxtaposition, the first 2 times I experienced it was Ben Yahtzee Croshaw using it. Actually, he was talking about Call of Duty in that case. The other time was Dirt 2. Dirt 2 had the juxtapose ability for a guy called Phantom Lancer that would make loads and loads of illusions of himself. Onomatopoeia, a classic. Ostentatious. See, that would make me feel way too middle class, and I'm a poor British boy. Dilapidated. Interesting. Modicum. That's very British and fancy in my brain again. KP, thanks. Defenestrate. Wait, what's defenestrate? I feel like I've heard that before, but I'm not sure what it means off the top of my head. Rufflecopter. Wow, well done. Congrats on averaging an age of 12 in the Age of Empires universe. Xenomaniac. I mean, presumably that just means you're racist to everyone. Sonder. It means that every passerby has same or more complex life as you. Oh, I think I've maybe heard that used like once before. Larceny. Okay, dude, I because if you watch American football, the 2 teams in the Super Bowl of the global showdown were La and C. Oh, for God's sake. Dynamite, no. Gubernatorial. What the hell does that mean? I feel like you've just like Googled for weird words. Focus on the game. Nice try, Dal. People like to talk. And besides, we have like a calming period, right? Hassain wasn't really able to get in and do the real damage, so Dimmu is now scaled up. Got 4 Nesta Bees, mass crossbow spears. This is tricky. If Hassain could get to his hyper late game comp of just arbitrary, he should be in a good position here. The problem is we're not in the late game, we're in castle. Nesta Bees ruins the entire plan. Like, Hassain needs to solve for this now. Defenestration of Prague is a historical event. What'd they do? I don't think I know that one. Yeah, I'm not seeing the clear plan right now for Hassain. He needs a lot of food. I mean, mass horsemen just to snipe the siege makes a lot of sense. You just need someone quick, cheap, and in there. Instead of scaling more knights, which kind of makes sense when you got traders like this. We do have Gamson tech coming in. It's hard though. What is up, Sapphire Abroad? Thank you very much for the gift of sub, mate. Thank you. I appreciate it. Gubernatorial is the word Deadpool says to Wolverine when warned he shouldn't say another word. Okay, yeah. So that we don't know what it means then. And I agree, Hassain is doing a pretty good job here. Like, his position was made very uncomfortable. The fact he's still in this at 21 minutes with what Dimmu done is pretty impressive. However, we have the keep drop. We have the blocker. He's not going to be able to get his hands on it anymore. What is up, Kenton Brad? Love your channel. Thank you much. Appreciate ya. Love the subscription. Love the support the community's been given. Welcome. So the defenestration of Prague was an incident that occurred when a mob of Bohemian Protestants threw 3 Catholic officials from the window of the Prague castle. Ah. Why was it called the defenestration, though? I guess it was to do with, like, you know, removing religion from government. Has one become a mod on Twitch? Do you get paid? You serious? Arbitrary arches. Don't look very serious in this one. Oh no. Dude, Nesta Bees are just destroying him, and the clock tower, you can't kill him. Look how much he's struggling here. This looks conclusive, right? Dimu, 3 Nesta Bees left over. Game 1 is going to be a win for Benny Boy. A good attempt by Hassain. His position was not easy, but Dimu played this nice and smoothly through to his strong point. But like, in all seriousness, on the mod side, always keep an eye out for more mods. Might actually need to promote 1 or 2 more. Basically, it's active members community. I do not make enough money to pay mods. In an ideal world where we are 20,000 plus big on viewership, I'd have enough money coming in that we could have a day, for example, where the money gets split between mods, active, etc. But no, mods in most Twitch channels, in fact, almost every Twitch channel, are people who just volunteer their time, really, to do a little bit extra to help everything be smooth. It definitely gives you like a deep power play. There was a time when I was younger where I would have 100% suck it into that. It's like being a mod on a Minecraft server. Like, oh, I got the power. Saying that 100 supply, Dimu was on 50. Yeah, I think the thing is, like, Dimu insulated himself for greed, and Hassain didn't find the strike point before it got out of control. And since then, it's kind of just felt like he's dancing around the problem of how this game is getting away from him, right? Will I give a job reference, though? Yep, I'll be like, turns up 2 late hours every stream. I'll be tracking everything. I guess technically you could give a job reference. It'd be volunteer work, though. If you do a good job, I'll give you a reference. If you do a good job, I'll give you more jobs you can do for free. How about that? Whoa. Maybe I'll give you like a shiny sticker too. At this stage, he's saying, yeah, he just pulled the food. I guess he's going to try for a red pass drop to still stay in the game. Hard to see it getting up successfully, though. You got a free job in mind for me? Is it receiving your subscription per month? It's like a guy who just catches them, you know? I keck and lol at chat and occasionally force streamer to do push-ups. He never does. Ban people for talking about mums. Why would you ban people for talking about mums? My mum's always here. Yeah, that's like you're weirdly overprotective of my mum. Like, if anyone talks to the Pigeon's mum, you just ban them? What the hell's with that? It's crazy. Not so crazy is the fact that Dimu is now going up in Imperials. Great Wall Gatehouse on the way. Hassain going for Mass Horseman. Where did this really go wrong? I think Hassain, he recovered his game very well with the sneaky economies. He actually had a long time where it wasn't really noticed by Dimu. But I think what let him down... Oh. No, 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 no. Oh my god, there's so many of them. So, yeah, what made it so much worse for him is, like... I think there was a window where he might have been able to just kind of trickle raiders in, like, knights into the base. But he didn't sense it, right? He was obviously paranoid because his opponent had full outpost rush surrounded his base. Maybe even just building some stables out here to have additional knights going would have been great for him. Kids are more behaved than adults. It's more work. Well, no, it's more that distracting kids is cheaper on average. You know? If I want to get you guys in line, I'm like, hey guys, we're gonna... And I'm not doing this, by the way. I'm giving away a PS5 on this stream, right? Don't you dare clip that. Whereas, like, with a kid, it's like, oh, if you're good, I'll give you a candy bar. And that works. For you guys to be good, I had to give away a Shure MV6 microphone. Right? My daughter, Be like, hey, I got a sweetie. We're good. Has to be. Oh god. Say no. He's not even gonna look at the health on the wall. It's cursed. I love that he went for one final punt. One hoorah, but I think this ends now. There's just too many Nesta Bs. Game 1 will be going to Benny Boy. Credit to him though, man. I said, like Hassain, I think, you know, Johan hit on early. He played quite well in the opening phase of that game, really. For how bad of a position it was, how easily the game could have just been over there. The fact that he actually clawed his way back into that to the degree that he did is impressive. All right, so game 2 is gonna be Pigeon's View. I guess Dimu's gonna go, what, OTD or Malians? Malians? No, we've actually got Oil the Dragon versus Roos. Interesting. If you had one more Treb, yes. He could have got in, killed 10 villagers, and then be like, you dead? Death by hands. You could gift Hassain twice. Wait, can you actually not, like, gift stack other people? I didn't know that. I never tried it. Because I'm greedy and I need more money. But I didn't know. Huh. Bless him. Yeah, because I think Hassain said he can't sub, right? Because of where he lives. Could I give someone who has no sub? Ah. Well, there you go. Even I'm learning new stuff. I'm hoping, by the way. So I think, did we do 2 months in a row where we hit the 100 subs mark? As in unique subs. We're at 21 right now. So for those who don't know, there is something interesting with the subsystem where if you have someone who subscribes themselves directly, and gifted subs and prime subs don't count for this, by the way. If you get 100, you get 60-40 revenue split. If you get 300, you get 70-30 revenue split because the default's 50-50. We hit it in time last month. I think we maybe hit it in December. We definitely hit it in November, I think. One of the two. I think if we hit it again, I can't remember if it's 3 months out of the year or 3 in a row. But like we're on course at that rate that it'll start to lock in for the rest of the year. Because that was something weird they done where like if a third of the year you get it successfully, it'll lock for the rest of the year. So the goal is to keep building to the point where you have like 300 unique subscribers coming. Because then you get actually like a reasonable share of the rev. It's still kind of crazy that Twitch takes half of the revenue. But like I said, if you get to the 300 unique subscribers, you get 70% instead of 30. At which point, like, you know, it's kind of decent. Hassain is from Iran. He's Iranian, not Turkish. Hence why, you know, he can't subscribe. Whoa! Okay, I wasn't expecting that. Apparently, I need to talk about subs more in the future. Vigo, thank you very much, my friend. I appreciate the 10 gifted. What a legend. Thank you, Vigo. Thank you, mate. Love that. Yeah, it was interesting, actually, because something I didn't really clock is that gifted subs is a more recent thing, right? Like, once subathon started happening, my understanding is like that's when it came in. I didn't clock that. I always felt like it was a lot older than that. Thanks for entertaining in the late Friday evening. You're welcome, my friend. I reckon we've got this series. Maybe we're able to get one more possibly squeezed in. Not sure if it'll be a full series, as I have got to go eat and have like a meeting with my agency in like an hour-ish. But we'll see what we can do. We can at least get this set done. It's been around since 2018. Is that considered new? You get what I mean, though, right? Like, Twitch has been around for quite a long time. Like, you'd think some like gifted subs would have been in existence a little bit longer. Almost like the type of thing they would have added a year or two after adding subs. You're in Latvia, you never get ads on Twitch. Blimey. Alright, that's nice. I mean, that's why I need to check, actually. I think we might be able to add in some more emotes now. I think we may have hit a new sub threshold to get new emotes. I'll have to reach out to my person because the artist I worked with was in Brazil. And she might now be harder to track down because Sorry, I don't know if it's Brazil. I can't remember which country it was. I think it was Brazil that banned Twitter, right? So that now makes her notably harder to get a hold of. Oh, Farman's saying nice things. He wants something. Agency, are you a model like Anatan? Hey, if Anatan's a model, what I'm gonna say is that he needs to get a freaking better camera. You know, he has the his picture for the announcement photos is the lowest resolution of all the players. So I am a co-owner in an agency that we set up the other year called Epic Talent. So we represent some really cool creators. We're expanding our roster still. Unique thing over most different agencies is I'm a content creator myself. I'm also involved production, etc. I basically have a fuller scope, a picture of the needs of everyone involved. So, and I really go out of my way to point out that I'm not creator first, I'm not brand first. I care about both. Because anytime an agency tells you they're creator first, or they tell you that they're brand first, that means they are screwing someone else in the process over big time. You can't be, like, if you're biased to one, you're biased against the other. Even when you think you're not. So yeah, we've been running, like, agency, so I've been involved in that for about a year now. And we've got some really cool names involved. Hoping to get some more on the roster soon. Twitch isn't down in Brazil anymore? Oh! Okay. Well, last time the person tweeted, they said that they weren't using it anymore, so I don't know. We'll double check. Get me to 400 subs? That would be a pogorific way to start the month. It's always baiting at the moment, because like the funny thing is if you don't get it on the day, what I mean is 5 days from now, some people's subs will run out. So it's always the tricky thing with the way that Twitch does like the sub count is like because it doesn't reset to 0 on the tracker, at least at the start of the month. You know what I mean? It's like you can be chasing 370 throughout the month even though you're getting subs. It's always quite comical. So we do have pro scouts, by the way, coming in from both players. That's to be expected. Doomu has gone for the spears. This is really challenging to do with Order of the Dragon. Your spears are very powerful. They can just eviscerate enemy scouts in 2 hits. The trade-off, though, is you don't have many of them. So you have to really know what you want to target. And look what Doomu got. Because Hassain has double steer on one location, just getting 1 or 2 spears in here blocks the play. And I'm not kidding when I say you can quickly kill off those enemy scouts. Look at that. He does 52 damage per strike. So, sorry, I said 2 hit, 3 hit will kill. Is Order of the Dragon a good civ for a beginner? No. I think in some ways it is because you have less units to focus, but also getting your transitions wrong, what units you're meant to build wrong, is more punishing for OTD than other civs. It's also more confusing because Order of the Dragon plays fundamentally at its core basic mechanics different than any other civ in the game. Because units take double the population, their production speeds are different, their stats are very different. So compared to like any other civ, if you learn the ins and outs of Order of the Dragon, you have, let's say you start with Order of the Dragon, you have a worse understanding of the 15 other civs in the game than if you chose French or Rus or Japanese, right? Of course, we're talking about an asymmetrical RTS, which means all civs are designed differently. But Order of the Dragon, because of those core elements being so different, on a unit level, as in like the, you know, double population and how that affects the stats, I would say OTD is probably the odd one out, right? What is the term? The ginger stepchild or whatever it's called? So, Doomu is trying to just yonk the goodies away. And this is uncontestable. Hassain, he had to go back for archers. Needs to be careful, though. Trickling out archers is how you lose here. These are really tanky. So you see what I mean? Like, normally, if there was 1 spearman, 1 archer, you could kite to victory. But these spears are so obnoxiously strong, like, 1 archer is not going to beat 1 spear. That's confusing, right? Any other civ, you'd be confident that archer could carry you through with a little bit of micro. Redhead stepchild, i.e. Protoss. Yeah. I love how even like when it's not StarCraft, you have to kind of tease Protoss pickers. Which is hilarious, really, because one of my favorite StarCraft people is a Protoss picker. Alright, so Regnus is on the way. Interesting choice from Dimmu. Usually you don't want to go Regnus because you don't have a big army, but the problem here is Hassain doesn't have a threatening army. And also, this is a relic race, right? Wait. Why did Hassain... Okay, I just noticed this. My bad. I should have clocked it sooner, but we've been having a chill stream today. Hassain went for a Kremlin build. I guess maybe he's worried about being, outpost rushed. That's a possibility, I guess. Seems unlikely, though. Artosis brainwash you into hating Protoss? Okay, yeah, but here's the trade-off, guys. How can you hate Protoss but love State? You didn't think of that, did you? State is love and State is life. So you have to carve out a small area in your heart, which is a sanctuary for Protoss, so that we can protect State. Biggest issue with Hassain was his pro scouts was a minute late due to no gold. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. Golden Gate would alleviate that concern. He even went for the double hunting cabin opening. I think if you go double hunting cabin rather, Kremlin makes no sense at all. You go Kremlin to secure either gold or stone. So there's never a reason to then follow up Kremlin like this. High trade house is at least going to be good. Get your numbers in, folks. All right, dude. He's just going full passive gold gen. This makes the Kremlin even crazier of a choice. We don't judge him for his lowest moments. I remember when I was in uni and I had my first experiences playing StarCraft 2 online. And my friend would cheese me with Protoss. And I was a Terran guy. And I was straight away convinced Protoss is BS. All it took was the first experiences. And obviously I don't understand the game. I need to learn it. Not everything is going to be broken, right? But my immediate thought was this Civ is so stupidly scummy. I'm sorry if you're a Protoss, mate. Or am I? Alright, so tech out complete for him, but this is rough, guys. Hassain has lost the race for relics. He doesn't have any eco upside. I mean, he pulled off a miracle last game, but that was off of some sneaky plays with trade hidden. What's your hidden play here? I guess the hunting cabins, right? He's doing a great job of just spreading these out everywhere. Let's see the maths on it. So 50 gold. Another 50. Dude, he's sitting at 210 gold off of hunting cabins, and then another 107 off the high trade house. So that's how you answer the relic problem. You build so many hunting cabins, you have the same amount of passive gold gen. Genius. Another weird thing is I don't feel like Militia do that well against Order the Dragon. I mean, we're going to find out. It's a minute arms dive. Okay, he's got the crossbows coming in, but he's not microing them away. Hassain! Uh-oh. Yeah, notice what Dimmu's doing. He's intensely targeting them down also. Removing a lot of damage. Kind of awkward. Really, what Hassain wanted to do there is pull the archers forward, crossbows back. You got to protect your valuable unit here. The minute arms player is just getting a little bit too much value. Behind this, Dimmu, he's going into Imperial Age. They took away all Zerg's fun stuff, yet mules are still a thing. Balanced affair. As always, China is basically China sips. Yeah, I mean, the way I tried to play Terran wasn't like China, though. This was years and years ago. I want to say, in some ways, if you are a micro-intensive gamer who likes, things like start stepping, and that kind of APM for battle. At least in the beginner phase, Terran is the most compelling. Does that make sense? I know when you get more advanced, you have spellcasting, which, there's a lot there for Protoss and there's a lot there for, Zerg. But if you're at the beginning phase, let's execute some Marine stim builds. They felt the most micro rewarding, which is why I like them. Okay, so what's Hassain's plan here? I mean, he needs to insulate himself, first of all. He lost the Pro Scouts War. He's got farms coming in. Mass crossbows will buy him a little bit of time, but he needs to answer this. Like, you need to go free TC. If you're Hassain, you can't be 1 TC versus this. And you don't really have an army to dive with. So, like, his only comeback plan is basically be even more greedy. Ultimate Zerg micro is so hard? Sure, but I'm talking like you're entering the game, your first micro experience. Yeah. Terran felt the most compellingly interesting. Like, anyone who's watched this channel for years will remember when I like used to stream Dota a lot. Like, I'm very high PM, APM, very high maintain control. I like micro. Still men at arms around. I mean, Hassein's pretty dead. This is like a 1%, maybe 2% combat plan. The only reason it's 2% right now is, like, obviously Dumu hasn't built anything to now fully counterattack with. Or rather follow the attack up with. I say counterattack as if he hasn't been the one attacking this whole time. They're saying this, I just don't think the Kremlin makes sense for Pro Scouts meta. Okay, so I can make sense of Kremlin for you if you really want to say. So the way that you make sense of Kremlin, you had double deer. You drop it here. This is how you make it logical. You drop it here, it protects the deer. And then you shove the deer in, you don't play Pro Scouts yourself, you just stop Dumu from getting value. That could have at least justified Kremlin. This one didn't. And yes, this is a BO3. Not looking like it's going to see a third game. Find a girl that likes your mic. Oh, Jesus Christ. What boy cave are you? Jesus, that's very 19th century. Saying that because Terran was most micro at low level? Yeah. Protoss at mid level? Yeah, and then Zerg at high level. Yeah, because the spellcasting. Spellcasting really, like, deepens the pool. What's the hardest micro civ in AoE4? There should be like an obvious option in people's brains straight away, right? Some people don't want to admit it because they like to think it's like almost the Protoss of AoE4 sometimes. But like most people, I don't know, most people wouldn't you instinctively just think off the top of your head like French? At least for unit micro, right? Malian Javs. Is that as much like high micro as much as it is annoying different attack wind? You know what I mean? Okay, I'm gonna like nominate one that's kind of weird, but hear me out. Japanese. Because of the Shinobi. Because you still have, with the amount of samurai timing, you still have kind of like the same thing of French, or like, let's make sure we're using these few knights the right way. Admittedly, a lot of people just A-click ape them, but like if you want to elegantly min-max them, right? But then earlier in the game, the Shinobi. Shinobi are pretty like wild when used at the absolute highlight. I still don't think players have optimized how to use Shinobi yet. I still don't think we're there. And I reckon it'll take a bit more time to get there. But we're starting to see more players like leverage the Shinchins correctly, right? It's a bit clunky because like if you're not careful and you just blink all, right? And no, Gremlins do not die anymore. They just reduce their health down to 1. So they basically become practically useless. The guy go the Shinobi landmark and then the other monk generates gold Japan landmark. Okay, so that's the other thing, by the way. You brought up something interesting. I talked about it on the channel before. It is true if you think about it. And that would actually consolidate Japanese as the most micro-intensive civ. If you had the micro to manually debuff with the Buddhist monks, because you'd have to, because otherwise they usually target the same units, and then Shinobi as well at different points in the game, I think with that in mind, it would be fair to say that Japan has the most micro-intensive builds in AoE 4. Ones if you agree, twos if not.
Ладно, сделано есть. Надолго удержится. Höret alle zu. Wir bekommen Befehlchen.
So Dimu, he's stacking up the horsemen, right? But this is the big boy raid. Hassain, he doesn't actually have the answer. He did manage to find his way to Imperial Age. What worries me is he didn't go for the multi-TC strat. He's just falling miles behind at this stage. Yeah, this one's looking fairly done. We're keeping an eye out for like Hassain maybe having a recovery arc. I mean, he's perceiving in his mind a way that this can still work. But this is a really big setback, and all the more reason why at least 2 TC would have made a lot of sense. Like, he would have to actually go and build 3 to 4 TCs now. I guess his concern is he didn't have enough food to go multi-TC earlier on. But now it feels like a necessity. I mean, the only upside is he does have the Sky. The Sky's location would have worked if he had walls properly around towards it. He didn't create a funnel point, though. You don't know what the Buddhist monks do? So the Buddhist monks, remember, have the Sohai Sutra ability, which you basically cast it on an enemy unit, and it decreases the damage by 50%. But the reason why it's not OP, it should, in theory, when you read it, end up being OP. The reason why it's not OP is quite often what those monks do is they debuff the same target in a fight. But if you in a fight were to select all them independently, like boom, click, boom, click, boom, click, boom, click, boom, click, boom, click, Sohai Sutra could actually be like game changing. But the amount of APM it requires is through the roof. Yeah, at this point, Dimu's just vibing and having a good time. He's just going to keep flooding horsemen until the game's over. If Hassain could get enough Streltsy together, I'm still not convinced, right? You have to remember that with no gunpowder tech ability, like, horsemen don't really care as much anymore. There's the university differential as well. It's just really not there for Hassain. So another week where he experiences the big boys in the round of 32, but I feel like he's learning, man. I mean, that game 1 in particular was really bloody crafty. I think it's a lot closer than maybe people probably gave him credit for watching from Dimu's stream at the time. I don't know, I didn't see the chat. Maybe they were praising him a lot, but he played pretty damn well in game 1. I think game 2 was just cooked from the get-go with the Kremlin strategy. But 214 gold! It's a lot of gold. Remember, he's not actually actively gathering gold, but he's generating over 600 a minute. What a sieve. With 0 relics, by the way. And so it used to be when you upgraded a unit, they got more torch power. I think like 2 or 3 patches ago, they changed it now so that the burn damage, the torch damage, is attached to age. So the moment you age up, the torch damage increases. What's all this union talk? Okay, guys. So, like, you gave a lot of answers about what you know, like knows for the most micro. What is the most micro-intensive civ in your eyes? What is the one that's going to lead you to Carpal Tunnel? Biz. Mongols? French versus French. French is kind of nutty. If you're doing like the full night. Chinese is quite high up due to Sig Vision. I'm not particularly convinced by Mongols, or necessarily Biz. Be curious on more details on that. I guess I can kind of see Mongols if you play Magadai, for example, Magadai and Keshik. But like, if you think about the maximum variables, I don't know, I'm still convinced like Shinobi, there's such a high skill ceiling there. Such an insanely high skill ceiling. Meanwhile, In Gilded Horseman land, meet A-Click. Go, 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 go. Oh, no. Yeah, I guess if you're, like, maximizing shield stances, I can kind of see the biz extra micro there for sure. If you're not playing a Gulper build, yeah. By the way, I think there's like maybe a bias there that we've seen the manual gulping and the micro that can require. We have not seen someone micro for the Buddhist monks individually yet. I don't think we probably will ever. I feel like you need a change to the input delay in the game for it to even be technically feasible. Which is the least micro civ? French? Okay, dude, you're playing French wrong. There's no way. You basically want something that you can select all in A-Click, right? HRE maybe, because you just go Archon and then you just like flood units in A-Click. No, guys, ABBA a lot of micro, because you like, well, I don't know, APM and micro aren't the same, right? So carpal tunnel from smashing Q on TCs doesn't count. No, English is a lot of micro because you have to start step with lombos. And positioning matters so much in the other game. I'm really not sure. You're basically just choosing a civ that spams one unit in A-Clicks, right? It probably is men-at-arms from that perspective. Like, if you're thinking about civs that could do it, you know, someone wants to say someone like French for knights, but like knights, I mean, you can't just A-click them always, right? You have to really be careful about the way you take fights and how you take them and where. MAA spam, like with a Burgrave build, is like the most linear experience, potentially. And Dumu is just having fun, guys. Like, that's why we're talking about all these big speculative things. Like, no offense to Hassain, but this game is over. It's been over for several minutes. It's been over since a very early point. When that first raid came in and the Horseman reaped so much, and Hassain didn't react with multi-TC, he was pretty much, you know, up Craps Creek without a paddle. These are the wolves that he was missing that would have maybe given him a chance. We have outposts with cannon placement. We've got mass Gilded Knights from Ben. He's just vibing. Okay, so I remember I had Dim in the background. I didn't know the context, so I didn't watch the game because I didn't want to spoil it. But I do remember hearing the words from him. And you guys complain that I don't wall. No more complaints about Dimmu forgetting to wall. He's got us covered. A full stone wall. Quite the rarity. Archers and horse archers are the most micro-intensive. But once again, like, yes, agreed. But I think people just haven't used, like, Shinobi and Buddhist to the maximum micro. I think that would actually rival it if people had the APM. Like, what would have been the true APM masters before they nerfed clown carring? I always maintain, and I'm glad they nerfed it, if the player had enough APM to efficiently micro 2 siege towers, garrisoning and ungarrisoning, he would basically beat any current player. Because the strat was that good. If you had the APM. Good Knights charge in though. And that has surely got to be curtains. This is a purple tide flowing over the roost base. God damn. Guys, it's only 575 HP on each of them. You know, it's only 25% less damage while they charge in on you. You've got this. It's fine. It's definitely not bloody fine. Oh, dear. That unit has no counter? It does. Mass spears, crossbows, etc. I mean, you have to keep in mind what that is, right? It's kind of like the logic of saying cataphracts are OP because someone like blitzkrieged you 100 cataphracts. How the hell did they get 100 cataphracts over you, you know? Same with the Gilded Knights there. Those things are not cheap. Remember, each Gilded Knight is 1,000 resources. Who are the best pro micros for you? I'd say Marine Lord or Vortex. Marine Lord's the obvious one. Vortex definitely in there. Lucifron's been in there. I think they're the kings, yeah. PC does pretty well. I think he doesn't mind me saying, like, you know, when you watch them, I'd still give a slight edge to those three historically, but BC's obviously, you know, up there. I think BC, his secret power is the way that he plays the macro game in AoE has been more impressive than most historically. Yeah, Lucifron plays with an elegance for sure. I mean, you can kind of like see it, right? Because I think in the animation canceling meta before it like got fixed and when it got banned or whatever, like ML, Lucifron, and Vortex were top, right? I'm pretty sure. Like, who else is the absolute top that hit that level of micro? Trying to remember Mister's micro. Because Mister, really the thing that made him stand out wasn't his micro, it was his brain. Right? Oh no, we don't mention me around here. Oh dear. Trying to think of players that came before. Like in the early days, what kind of players actually... Lenok? Lenok leveraged his micro in a different way though. I don't feel like Lenok was more about the individual fight. Lenok's micro was more about everything collectively. Does that make sense? Right? Like players like Lucifron thrived in the way that they leveraged each independent unit in a battle. For Lenok, he thrived in how he would use 20 units spread out across the map. It's just as impressive, but it's a different kind of micro. Right? I'm trying to think who else there is. Alright, guys. I don't think we got time for one more, because I do need to have a snack before the meeting. I'll hang around for a few minutes, but I reckon we'll get ready to raid someone in a sec. God Micro JD? Wait, what are we referencing there? Dimir's pretty good, to be fair, especially with horse archers. Yeah, he does well with horse archers. I think at peak, the best horse archer player was still Lucifron and maybe Vortex, though. Because they had the micro in parallel, but what they'd done is they innovated. I think they were the best utilizers of the Abbey of Trinity buffs, right? Because micro isn't just how many units can I click and where and how can I keep them alive. It's like positioning matters as well. And those two were really good at using the Abbey of Trinity buffs to basically get the one up in a Roost mirror back in those days. So yeah, probably like, yeah, I think those two are top. Who else? I'm trying to do it. Feels like so long ago. What other big contenders did we have in the very, very early days of AoE 4 comp? I don't think with Magic it was about micro as much. Not that he's bad, but you know what I mean? Like, we're talking like the absolute peak. I don't know about Top. I think Top had fundamental issues with the game strategy per se that held him back. In theory, Top, like, you know, with his StarCraft 2 pedigree, should have been capable in the micro, but I never saw his POV from that side of things. Heart, I don't know. I don't think Heart was on Lucy Vortex level. Was Hera? I don't really watch Hera's streams when he done AoE4. Was Hera that peak on micro tool? I'm trying to think from Viper's POV as well. I mean, Viper was solid. Maybe Viper could have been up there. But I think, like, Lucifron and Vortex perfected it a bit better. B Gazi micro? Yeah. B maybe does quite well. B to me is more about, like, it's similar to Mister, where it's like more the brain, right? I think where he thrived was the way he would like evolve his strategy instantly. Inside Hera is really good. Yeah, it's just a shame he didn't put the time into like learning the game a bit deeper, right? Because I at least remember the early streams, like just units being used the wrong way and him not liking it. I don't know if he then went beyond and actually like put a proper bump. I feel like he did, right? Because like didn't he win some early tournaments? I'm trying to remember now. Having a look back. There was a tournament he won, right? It was the Winter Team Championship. Yeah, he beat Marine Lord. Yeah, so he done pretty well. But then he like immediately bailed afterwards, right? I think he played a few of the winner stays on things and then just stopped playing it before around Golden League, if I remember correctly. All right, YouTube, I'm going to end the stream, by the way. I'll be back on Monday. Monday, I should be around. We usually go live about between 1 p.m. CET and 2 p.m. CET, so check in then. We're probably live on this Monday, I reckon. Let's say 1:30 to 2 CET. Probably 1:30 CET. So I'll see